the ancient city of Athens and the birth of philosophy. There is a city that no longer exists the way it once did. The buildings are mostly rubble now. The streets have been buried under centuries of new streets. But something that was born there, something quiet and stubborn and deeply human, never quite died. It spread. It mutated. It found its way into every corner of the world, into every language, into the way you think right now, even when you don't realize it. Athens, around 2,500 years ago. It wasn't the biggest city in the ancient world. It wasn't the most powerful. But for a brief, strange window of time, it became the place where human beings first started asking questions that had no obvious answers. Not questions about how to survive. Not questions about how to plant crops or build walls or win wars. Different questions, harder questions. Questions like, what is a good life? What does it mean to act justly? What are we, really? Before Athens, most ancient cultures answered those questions the same way with gods, with tradition, with whatever the priests said. You didn't question it. Questioning it was dangerous. Questioning it meant you didn't belong. But something shifted in Athens. The city had become unusually open. Trade brought in strangers with different beliefs. Democracy, messy and imperfect as it was, gave ordinary people a strange new idea, that their voice mattered, that they could argue, that ideas could be tested and challenged in public, that truth wasn't something handed down, it was something you had to find. And into that environment stepped the philosophers, men who walked the streets and asked uncomfortable things, who sat in the agora, the open marketplace at the heart of the city, and turned conversation into something almost sacred. They didn't have classrooms, not at first. They had open air, dust, the noise of a city around them. Socrates was the one who made it dangerous. He asked everyone he met to define the things they were most confident about: justice, courage, wisdom, and then gently showed them they couldn't. He didn't do it to humiliate. He did it because he believed that admitting you didn't know was the first and most important step toward actually knowing. Athens rewarded him by putting him on trial and sentencing him to death. He drank the poison willingly. That moment, a man choosing death over silence became the foundation of everything. It told the world that ideas could matter more than survival, that some questions were worth dying for. What does it say about us that the first great philosopher was killed for asking too many questions? And what does it say that we are still asking them? Zeno of Citium and the shipwreck that started everything. Picture a merchant ship somewhere in the Mediterranean. The cargo is valuable purple dye, the kind that only the wealthy could afford, the kind that entire fortunes were built on. The man on board has done this journey before. He knows the trade routes. He knows the risks. He has built his life around the movement of goods across water, the careful accumulation of wealth, the kind of stability that comes from knowing exactly who you are and what you're doing in the world. Then the ship goes down. The cargo is gone. The fortune, or most of it, is swallowed by the sea. The man survives, washed ashore near Athens, with almost nothing. His name is Zeno. He is from Citium, a city on the island of Cyprus. He is around 30 years old, and he has just lost everything that defined him. What do you do when the life you built disappears overnight? Most people rebuild the same life. They go back to what they knew. The familiarity is comforting, even when it's painful. But Zeno did something strange. He wandered into a bookshop in Athens, the kind of small, cluttered shop that existed on street corners in the ancient world, and the owner was reading aloud from a text about Socrates, about that man who walked the streets, asking impossible questions, and died rather than stop asking them. Zeno asked where he could find men like that. The bookseller pointed him toward a philosopher named Crates, one of the Cynics, a school of thinkers who believed that the path to a good life meant stripping away everything society told you to want. Wealth, status, reputation, all of it, unnecessary, all of it, a trap. Zeno studied under Crates for years. He didn't fully agree with everything the Cynics believed. He thought they went too far in their rejection of ordinary life, but the core of it lodged inside him. The idea that your peace of mind could not be taken by the sea, that something inside you could remain untouched by disaster if you trained it well enough. He spent years studying other schools too, the Megarians, the academics. He was a serious, quiet man by most accounts, not flashy, not the kind of person you'd expect to start a movement. But eventually, he began to teach. He found a public space, a covered walkway in Athens called the Stoa Poikile, the painted porch, and he simply started talking. People gathered, they came back, they brought others. The philosophy he began to shape there would eventually be called Stoicism, named after that porch where it was born. Here is what is worth sitting with. The shipwreck didn't ruin Zeno. It freed him. He arrived in Athens with nothing, and what he found there was the question that would consume the rest of his life. If everything outside you can be taken away, what is left? What would you discover about yourself if you lost everything tomorrow? The Stoa Poikile, the painted porch, where it all began. There is something quietly profound about the fact that one of the most enduring philosophies in human history was not born in a palace or a temple or a grand institution built for serious thinking. It was born in a walkway, a covered public corridor on the edge of a busy marketplace where merchants and travelers and ordinary people passed through on their way to somewhere else. The Stoa Poikile, the painted porch. It got its name from the paintings on its walls. Large, vivid murals depicting famous battles, the Athenians fighting the Persians at Marathon, the Greeks at Troy, images of war and heroism, and the kind of violent struggle that the ancient world considered the highest test of human character. The paintings were meant to inspire awe, to remind the people walking past that greatness was possible, that men had faced impossible odds and chosen courage anyway. Zeno chose this place deliberately. He wasn't teaching in a private garden or a closed school. He was standing in one of the most public spaces in Athens, open to anyone who wanted to stop and listen. Slaves, merchants, citizens, soldiers. People who could never have afforded formal education. People who didn't have the luxury of spending years in quiet contemplation. He was teaching philosophy to the world as it actually was, not as it ideally should be. And what he taught them in that noisy, open, paint-covered corridor was this: your mind is yours. No matter what is happening around you, the chaos of the marketplace, the cruelty of a master, the whims of an emperor, the one thing that cannot be taken from you is how you choose to respond. The world outside you is mostly noise. The world inside you is where the real work happens. It was a radical idea dressed in simple clothes, and it fit perfectly in that space. The Stoa became so central to what Zeno was doing that his followers eventually took the name of the place itself. They weren't called Zenonians, they were called Stoics, people of the Porch. It is one of the only philosophical schools in history named not after its founder, but after the physical space where it gathered. As if the place itself was part of the teaching, as if the openness, the publicness, the accessibility of that walkway was not incidental, but essential. The painted porch no longer stands. Archaeologists have found traces of it in the Athenian agora, fragments and foundations, but the walls with their great battle scenes are gone. The space that held those early conversations has been buried and built over and buried again, across 2,500 years. But what was said there didn't disappear with the walls. It moved into letters and manuscripts and quiet rooms where people read by candlelight, into the journals of emperors and the letters of condemned men, into the minds of people who had never heard of Athens and never would. Something spoken in a walkway is still, somehow, reaching you now. Does a place shape an idea, or does an idea make a place sacred? The three disciplines: desire, action, and assent. Most people move through life reacting. Something happens, and they feel pulled toward it or pushed away from it, almost automatically. They want things they can't have. They act without thinking. They believe things without questioning whether those beliefs are even true. And then they wonder, quietly, in the dark hours of the night, why they feel so out of control, why peace always seems just slightly out of reach. The Stoics had a very specific answer to that. They believed that the chaos most people feel isn't caused by the world. It's caused by an untrained mind. And they believed that the mind could be trained deliberately, systematically, the way a body can be trained, through three distinct disciplines. Three areas of inner life that, if you could learn to govern them, would make you nearly unshakable. The first is the discipline of desire. This is about what you want and what you fear. The Stoics believed that most human suffering comes from craving things outside your control: wealth, fame, the approval of others, outcomes you can't guarantee, and from dreading things that may never arrive. The discipline isn't about destroying your desires. It's about redirecting them, wanting only what is actually within your reach, fearing only what your own choices can produce. When you stop reaching for things the universe hasn't promised you, something strange happens. You become very hard to disappoint. The second is the discipline of action. This is about how you move through the world. The Stoics believed you should act with full commitment toward good outcomes, but hold those outcomes loosely. They had a phrase for it: act with a reserve clause. Do everything in your power, but accept that results are never fully yours to control. A farmer plants seeds with total dedication and then accepts that rain is not his decision. A doctor treats a patient with everything she knows and accepts that death is not always preventable. You give everything. You grip the result lightly. The third is the discipline of assent. This is the quietest one, and possibly the most powerful. It is about what you choose to believe. Every moment of every day, your mind receives impressions, interpretations of what is happening around you. Someone ignores you and your mind says, "They disrespect me." You fail at something and your mind says, "I am not enough." The Stoics believed you are not obligated to accept those first impressions as truth. You can pause. You can examine them. You can withhold agreement until you've decided whether the interpretation is actually accurate. That pause, that tiny gap between what happens and what you decide it means, is where your freedom lives. Together, these three disciplines form something like an internal architecture, a structure built not from stone, but from habit and attention. The Stoics didn't promise that practicing them would make life painless. They promised something quieter and more durable than that. They promised that nothing outside you would ever have to determine how you felt inside. Is that kind of freedom possible? Or does the world always find a way in? the four cardinal virtues: wisdom, justice, courage, temperance. Somewhere along the way, the modern world decided that happiness was the goal, that the point of a life well lived was to feel good, to accumulate enough comfort, enough pleasure, enough security that the bad things couldn't quite reach you. We built entire industries around that idea, entire philosophies, entire ways of measuring whether a life was successful or wasted. The Stoics thought that was exactly backwards. They didn't believe happiness was the goal. They believed virtue was the goal. And they believed with a quiet, almost stubborn certainty that if you actually achieved virtue, something that felt very much like happiness would follow on its own. Not as a reward you chased, as a natural consequence of living the way a human being was meant to live. They identified 4 virtues, not guidelines, not suggestions. 4 things they considered the only genuine goods a person could possess. Everything else, wealth, health, reputation, pleasure, they called preferred indifference. Nice to have, not worth your soul. The first virtue is wisdom. Not intelligence, not the accumulation of facts or the sharpness of argument. Wisdom, to the Stoics, was practical. It was the ability to see a situation clearly and know what the right thing to do was. It was the master virtue, the one that made the others possible. Without it, courage becomes recklessness. Justice becomes rigidity. Temperance becomes denial. Wisdom is what holds the others in their proper shape. The second virtue is justice. This wasn't simply about fairness in a legal sense. It was about how you treated every single person you encountered. The Stoics believed deeply that human beings were social creatures, bound to one another by something more than convenience. Justice meant acting in ways that genuinely served the people around you, not because it benefited you, because it was right, because they were human, and that was enough of a reason. The third virtue is courage. The Stoics were careful here. They didn't mean the absence of fear. They meant acting correctly in spite of fear. Courage was doing what wisdom told you was right, even when it was painful, even when it cost you something, even when no one was watching and no one would ever know. It applied to battlefields, yes, but it applied just as much to the quiet moments when telling the truth was harder than staying silent. The fourth virtue is temperance. This is the one that gets misunderstood most often. It isn't about deprivation. It isn't about refusing pleasure or living a joyless, austere life. It is about proportion, about not letting any one thing, food, desire, anger, ambition, grow so large inside you that it starts making your decisions for you. Temperance is the virtue of staying recognizably yourself, no matter what pulls at you. 4 virtues. One life in which to practice them. The Stoics believed that a person who genuinely embodied all 4 had everything, that nothing the world could take from them would leave them truly diminished. Do you believe that? Or does it feel like something is still missing? The Stoic view of the universe as a living, breathing God. Most people, when they look up at the night sky, feel one of 2 things. Either they feel the presence of something, some vast intelligence behind the stars, some quiet intention woven into the fabric of existence, or they feel the absence of something, a cold, indifferent emptiness that doesn't know they're there and never will. The Stoics felt neither. Or rather, they felt something stranger and harder to name than either of those. They believed the universe was alive. Not metaphorically, not poetically, literally, physically, materially alive. They believed that everything that existed, every rock, every river, every human body, every dying star was part of a single living organism, and that this organism was, in the deepest sense, divine. They called it different things at different times: the universe, nature, God. Zeus, sometimes, though they meant something far stranger by that name than the thunderbolt-throwing figure of mythology. What they meant was this: that woven through all of physical reality was a rational principle, an intelligence, a force that was not separate from matter, but inseparable from it, present in everything, animating everything. The fire inside the world that kept it coherent and purposeful and moving in the direction it was always meant to move. They called this force the Logos. And here is where it gets quietly unsettling. If the universe is a living, rational being, then everything that happens inside it is not random, not chaotic, not the result of blind, indifferent forces colliding without meaning. Everything that happens is, in some sense, the universe thinking, acting, breathing through its own processes toward something. Your life is not an accident in this picture. It is a thought the universe is having. The Stoics believed that nature did nothing without purpose, that the same rational fire that organized the movements of planets and the growth of plants was present inside the human mind. That when you reasoned clearly, when you acted justly, when you aligned yourself with virtue, you were not imposing your will on an indifferent universe. You were participating in what the universe already was. You were the cosmos becoming briefly aware of itself. This is what made Stoicism so different from the philosophies that came before it. It didn't place the divine above the world, looking down. It placed the divine inside the world, looking out through every pair of eyes that ever existed. And it carried a strange implication. If the universe is rational, and if everything that happens is part of its unfolding, then nothing that happens to you is outside the plan. The loss, the pain, the shipwreck, the slow diminishment of everything you built, all of it not punishment, not accident, but the breath of some poor of anything vast moving through its own body. The question the Stoics left hanging in the air was not whether the universe cared about you. It was whether you were ready to care about the universe in return. Can something be both everything and intimate? Can the force that moves galaxies also move quietly through a single human grief? Logos, the rational fire that holds everything together. Close your eyes for a moment and think about fire, not the comfortable, controlled kind, not a candle or a hearth. Think about fire the way the ancient world experienced it, unpredictable, consuming, capable of destroying everything it touched, and yet somehow the very thing that made civilization possible. It cooked food, it kept predators away, it turned raw ore into tools and weapons. It was the most dangerous thing in the world and the most necessary thing in the world, existing simultaneously as both, refusing to be just one or the other. The Stoics chose fire as their central image for a reason. They believed that at the foundation of all reality, beneath the dirt and water and air and flesh, beneath everything you could see and touch and name, there was something they called the Logos. A word that meant, depending on how you translated it, reason or word or rational principle, or the logic underlying all things. But they also described it as a kind of fire. Not literal flame, but something with the same quality, active, penetrating, present everywhere at once, the thing that held the universe together by moving through it constantly. Imagine the world as a vast, intricate pattern. Every living thing, every natural process, every movement of water and wind and celestial body, all of it following a logic so deep and so consistent that it looks, from the outside, like intelligence, like intention. The Stoics believed that was exactly what it was. That the pattern wasn't just a pattern, that the logic wasn't just logic, that behind the regularity of the universe was something that could only honestly be called rational. And then they made the claim that changes everything. They said that same rational fire, that logos, was present inside the human mind, that when you thought clearly, when you reasoned well, when you cut through confusion and fear and desire to see a situation as it actually was, you were not doing something separate from the universe. You were doing what the universe itself did. You were the logos becoming aware of itself through a human nervous system. This is not a small idea. It means that your capacity for reason is not just a useful tool you happen to evolve. It is your deepest connection to the fabric of reality. It is the most divine thing about you, not your soul in some distant, otherworldly sense, but your ability right now to think clearly and act well. It also means that when you act against reason, when you let fear or anger or blind desire make your decisions, you are, in a very real sense, working against the grain of the universe, swimming against a current that runs through everything. The Stoics found this idea deeply comforting, not because it made life easier, but because it made life meaningful. You are not a stranger in an indifferent cosmos. You are a small, flickering instance of the same fire that burned at the heart of everything. What does it feel like to carry something ancient and infinite inside an ordinary human day? What the Stoics believed about fate and determinism. Imagine you are walking a path. The path has already been laid out every turn, every hill, every patch of shadow and light already exists ahead of you, already determined, already waiting. You didn't choose the path, you didn't design it, and you cannot leave it. Every step you take is a step the path already knew you would take. Now imagine that the only freedom you have is in how you walk it. Whether you walk it with bitterness or with grace, whether you drag your feet and curse the hills or move through them with something like acceptance, whether you spend the entire journey wishing you were on a different path, or whether you find, somewhere along the way, that this path, this exact path, with all its difficulties, was the only one that could have ever been yours. That is, more or less, what the Stoics believed about fate. They were strict determinists. They believed that everything that had ever happened, and everything that would ever happen, was the unfolding of a single rational plan. The logos, that rational fire woven through all of reality, meant that the universe was not random. It was not chaotic. Every cause produced its effect with perfect necessity. Every event was the inevitable result of every event that came before it. The entire history of the cosmos, from its fiery beginning to its eventual end, was one long, unbroken chain of cause and effect, guided by a reason so vast that no human mind could fully comprehend it. This terrified some people who encountered it. It still does. Because the natural question is, if everything is already determined, what is the point of choosing anything? If the outcome is fixed, why act at all? Why try to be better or kinder or wiser if the universe already knows exactly what you're going to do? The Stoics had a very precise answer to that. Your choices, they said, are part of the chain. Your deliberation is part of the chain. The universe determining that you would choose wisely and the feeling of genuinely choosing wisely are not in conflict. They are the same event, described from two different angles. You are not a puppet being moved by strings you can't see. You are a rational creature whose rational choices are exactly what fate looks like from the inside. They used an image that has stayed alive for centuries. A dog tied to a moving cart. The cart will go where the cart goes. That part is not negotiable, but the dog can choose to trot alongside willingly, or it can dig its heels in and be dragged. Either way, it ends up in the same place. But one way of traveling is dignified. The other is just suffering added on top of suffering. The Stoics chose to trot willingly. Not because they were naive about hardship, not because they pretended the path was easy, but because they understood that resistance to what is already unfolding costs you something real. It costs you your presence, your peace, the part of the journey you could have actually experienced, spent instead in protest against a verdict that was never going to change. What if the life you are living right now is exactly the life the universe intended? Not as a comfort, but as a challenge. Could you accept it fully, without flinching? The dichotomy of control. What is and isn't yours? There is a particular kind of exhaustion that has nothing to do with how much you've done. It comes from how much you've been carrying that was never yours to carry. The outcome of a conversation you can't predict. The opinion someone formed of you that you can't reach in and change. The decision another person is going to make regardless of how much you want them to make a different one. The future arriving in a shape you didn't ask for and can't send back. Most human suffering, the Stoics believed, comes from this. Not from life being hard. From spending that hard life reaching for things that were never within reach to begin with. Epictetus said it plainly, the way only a man who had been a slave could say it plainly. He had lived inside a system that owned his body, that could decide at any moment where he went and what he did, and whether he was comfortable or in pain. He knew, from the inside, what it meant to have almost nothing under your control. And from that place, from that extreme, he arrived at something that sounds simple and lands like a quiet earthquake. Some things are within our power. Some things are not. Within our power, our opinions, our impulses, our desires, our decisions, our responses to what happens to us. These are ours, fully ours. The only things in the entire universe that belong to us completely and cannot be taken without our permission. Not within our power, our bodies, our reputations, our possessions, the actions of other people, the outcomes of our efforts, the shape the world decides to take on any given day. These are not ours. We can influence some of them sometimes, but we do not own them. We never did. The Stoics called this the dichotomy of control. Two categories, a clean line between them, and the entire project of Stoic practice, in many ways, comes down to learning to feel that line in your bones. Not just to understand it intellectually, almost everyone understands it intellectually, but to actually stop treating things in the second category as if they belong in the first, because that is where the suffering lives. In the confusion between the two, you study for years and don't get the position. You love someone carefully, and they leave anyway. You build something slowly, and it falls apart quickly. And the mind, untrained, treats these outcomes as failures of control, as things that should have gone differently if you had only tried harder, been better, wanted it more sincerely. But the Stoics would say, you were never controlling those outcomes. You were only ever controlling your effort, your attention, your character in the process of pursuing them. And those things, those genuinely yours things, those you did have, those you always have. There is a strange, counterintuitive freedom that opens up when you actually internalize this. Not a passive freedom, not a giving up kind of freedom. Something more like the freedom of a musician who has stopped worrying whether the audience will love the performance and started simply playing as well as they possibly can. The music is yours. The reception was never yours to begin with. What would you stop suffering over if you truly believed you were only ever responsible for what is actually yours? Cleanthes, the water carrier who became a philosopher. There is a version of wisdom that arrives already polished. Born into the right circumstances, educated in the right rooms, given the right amount of time and quiet and comfort to sit with difficult ideas until they become clear. That version of wisdom has its place. But it has never been the most interesting version. The most interesting version arrives carrying water. Cleanthes came to Athens as a boxer. That is where the historical record begins, with him not as a student or a scholar, but as a fighter, a man who had trained his body for combat, who understood endurance and pain and the particular discipline of showing up every day to do something difficult without guarantee of reward. He arrived in the city with almost nothing, a few coins by some accounts, barely enough to survive. He found Zeno at the Stoa Poikile, and something in what he heard stopped him completely. He became a student, but Athens required money to live, and philosophy did not pay. So Cleanthes worked through the nights to fund his days of learning. He carried water for gardens. He kneaded dough in bakeries before the sun came up. He did the physical labor that the ancient world considered beneath the dignity of serious men. And then he walked to the painted porch and thought about the nature of the universe. Some people mocked him for it. The nickname they gave him was not kind. They called him the ass, because of how slowly and stubbornly he absorbed ideas compared to the quicker students around him. He was not naturally brilliant in the way that dazzles a room. He did not have the effortless sharpness that makes philosophy look easy. What he had was something rarer. He had endurance, the same endurance that carries water every night without complaint, the same endurance that returns to a difficult idea, not because it came easily, but precisely because it didn't. Zeno, it is said, recognized something in Cleanthes, that faster minds sometimes lack the willingness to go deep rather than wide, to stay with a single difficult truth until it opened up completely, rather than moving quickly across the surface of many. When Zeno died, Cleanthes became the second head of the Stoic school. He led it for nearly 3 decades, and in that time, he did something that none of the flashier students around him had managed to do. He held the school together. He kept the teaching alive through the long, unglamorous work of repetition and commitment, not by revolutionizing the philosophy, but by embodying it. He also wrote the hymn to Zeus, a poem that has survived across 2,500 years, which is its own kind of miracle. In it, he described the Logos, the rational fire running through all things, with a tenderness that the more intellectual Stoics rarely matched. It read less like philosophy and more like prayer. This is what Cleanthes left behind, not a system, not a revolution, a life that proved the teaching was real, that the man who carries water in the dark and thinks carefully in the light is not a lesser philosopher. He might be the only true one. What would you be capable of if you were willing to be slow, unglamorous, and completely committed? Chrysippus, the man who saved Stoicism from collapse. There is a particular kind of person that every movement needs and rarely celebrates, not the founder, who arrives with the original fire, not the loyal successor, who keeps the flame alive through sheer devotion, but the one who comes after both of them and builds the walls, who takes the heat and the light that already existed and turns it into something that can survive winter, something structural, something that can withstand attack. Stoicism had Zeno, it had Cleanthes, and then, at exactly the moment it needed him most, it had Chrysippus. He was born in Sole, a city in what is now southern Turkey, sometime around 280 BCE. He came to Athens as a long-distance runner, another philosopher arriving first through the body, through physical discipline, before the mind took over completely. He studied under Cleanthes and quickly became something the older man was not: fast, sharp, relentlessly systematic, the kind of thinker who could not encounter an idea without immediately asking what it implied, what contradicted it, and how it connected to everything else. By the time Chrysippus began writing, Stoicism was under serious pressure. The other philosophical schools of Athens had noticed it. The academics, followers of Plato, were attacking Stoic logic and epistemology, the Stoic theory of how human beings could actually know anything. The criticisms were serious ones, not easy to dismiss, and Cleanthes, for all his devotion and endurance, had not been equipped to answer them. He held the school together through character. But character alone cannot answer a precise philosophical argument. Chrysippus could. He wrote prolifically. The ancient sources credit him with over 700 works. Almost none of them survived. We know them mostly through quotations and summaries by other writers, fragments preserved inside other people's arguments. But even through those fragments, the scale of what he built is visible. He worked through Stoic logic with a rigor that would not look out of place in a modern philosophy department. He developed a system of propositional logic, the study of how statements relate to one another, how arguments are constructed, and where they break down, that was genuinely ahead of its time. Centuries ahead. He rebuilt Stoic physics and ethics on firmer foundations. He answered the critics point by point, argument by argument, with the patience and precision of someone who understood that a philosophy is only as strong as its weakest claim. There was a saying that circulated in the ancient world: if there had been no Chrysippus, there would have been no Stoa. It was not an exaggeration. What Zeno had ignited and Cleanthes had tended, Chrysippus made indestructible. He gave Stoicism the intellectual architecture it needed to move beyond Athens, to travel, to survive translation into Latin, and then into the courts of Roman emperors and the letters of condemned men, and eventually into languages that hadn't been invented yet when he was alive. He was not warm, by most accounts, not the kind of teacher who inspired devotion through personal magnetism. He inspired something harder to manufacture and longer lasting. He inspired confidence, the confidence that comes from knowing your foundation has been tested and held. What is the difference between a beautiful idea and a true one? And how much do you need the walls before you notice they were keeping something out? Stoicism versus Epicureanism, two ways to face the same fear. Imagine two people standing at the edge of the same dark water. They can both see it clearly, the uncertainty, the impermanence, the fact that everything they love will eventually be taken from them, and that they themselves will one day disappear completely. They are looking at the same truth. They feel the same weight of it. And then they turn around and walk in completely opposite directions. Both directions lead somewhere real. Both lead somewhere worth understanding. The fear they are facing is the oldest human fear. Not death exactly, though death is part of it. The fear underneath death. The fear that life is painful, that suffering is woven into the fabric of being alive, that the world is indifferent to your happiness, and always has been. Every serious philosophy eventually has to look at that fear and say something about it. The answer it gives defines almost everything else. Epicurus looked at that fear and said, reduce, simplify, strip your life down to what actually produces genuine, lasting pleasure. Not the wild, consuming pleasures that burn bright and leave you hollow, he was suspicious of those, but the quiet pleasures. Good food eaten slowly, conversation with people you trust, the absence of pain, the absence of anxiety, a small garden, a few close friends, a life deliberately made small enough that the world cannot easily disturb it. The Epicureans believed that the highest human good was something they called ataraxia, a Greek word that meant something like tranquility or undisturbedness, a still surface. They pursued that stillness by wanting less, expecting less, building their lives in sheltered spaces away from the noise and ambition of public life. They retreated, intentionally, into simplicity. The Stoics looked at the same fear and said something almost opposite. Don't retreat, engage. Go into the marketplace, the courtroom, the battlefield, the seat of power. Take on responsibility, serve the people around you. Let the world be exactly as large and as difficult as it actually is, and practice becoming the kind of person who can move through it without being broken by it. Where Epicurus said, reduce your exposure to the storm, the Stoics said, become someone the storm cannot touch. Both schools agreed on more than their followers sometimes admitted. Neither believed wealth or fame were genuinely important. Both believed the mind was the primary site of human happiness or suffering. Both took seriously the project of examining your own thoughts and desires rather than simply being carried by them. Both, in their own way, were trying to answer the same question. How do you live well inside a life that will hurt you? But the temperaments they appealed to were deeply different. The Epicurean answer has a softness to it, a gentleness, a willingness to let the world be large and simply step back from its edges. The Stoic answer has a kind of iron in it, a refusal to flinch, a belief that running toward difficulty rather than away from it was the only honest response to being alive. Neither of them was wrong. They were just two different kinds of courage. Which direction would you walk? And does your answer tell you something true about who you already are? The early Stoic school and its lost texts. There is a specific kind of loss that is different from other kinds of loss. When a person dies, there is grief, but there is also the presence of everything they left behind, the people they shaped, the objects they touched, the memories held inside other people who are still alive. The loss is real, but it exists inside a larger web of what remains. When a text is lost, something else happens. A mind that thought carefully and deeply about the world, that spent years or decades turning ideas over, testing them, writing them down with the intention that they would travel forward through time, that mind simply stops, mid-sentence sometimes, mid-argument. The thought was there, complete, and then it wasn't. And no amount of grief or searching brings it back. The early Stoic school lost almost everything. Zeno wrote prolifically on the nature of man, on Greek education, on law, on the universe, titles that survived, words that didn't. What remains of Zeno's actual writing could fit inside a few pages fragments quoted by other writers, sentences preserved inside arguments made by people who disagreed with him, brief glimpses of a mind that no longer exists in full. Cleanthes left behind his hymn to Zeus, and almost nothing else. Chrysippus, who wrote over 700 works, survives almost entirely in other people's summaries of what he said. The man who saved Stoicism from collapse did not save his own words from it. This is not entirely an accident of time. The ancient world was fragile in ways that are difficult to fully imagine. Books were not printed, they were copied by hand, one at a time, slowly, expensively. A library was not a building full of permanent objects. It was a collection of perishable things, vulnerable to fire and flood, and the decisions of whoever controlled the resources needed to keep copying them. When a text stopped being copied, it stopped existing. And texts stopped being copied for many reasons. Political upheaval, changing tastes, the slow drift of a culture's attention away from one set of ideas toward another. The great library of Alexandria burned, not once, but in stages, across different centuries, through a series of disasters and deliberate destructions that are still debated by historians. Whatever early Stoic texts had made it there went with it. What survived did so almost by accident, quoted inside a text about something else, preserved by someone who disagreed strongly enough to want to argue with it precisely, copied into a collection that happened to be in the right place at the right time when the wrong things were happening everywhere else. And yet something did survive. Not the full architecture, but enough of the foundation to rebuild from. The ideas were strong enough that they kept reappearing in Seneca's letters, in Epictetus's lectures, in Marcus Aurelius's private journal, written by men who had read the originals and carried them forward in their own voices. The early Stoics are present in those later texts the way a river is present in the sea, dissolved, transformed, unrecoverable in their original form. But still, somehow, there. What does it mean to build something carefully, knowing time will decide what survives? And does the care matter anyway, even if the record doesn't last? How Stoicism spread across the Greek world. Ideas do not spread the way water spreads. Water moves downhill, passively, following the path of least resistance, going where gravity pulls it without intention or direction. Ideas move differently. They need carriers. They need human beings willing to take something they encountered in one place and carry it in their memory, in their conversation, in the letters they write, and the students they teach into places that have never heard of it before. Stoicism spread because certain people decided it was worth carrying. When Zeno died, around 262 BCE, the school he had built at the Stoa Poikile did not dissolve. Cleanthes held it together. Chrysippus strengthened it. But the real expansion of Stoicism beyond Athens happened not through the school itself, but through the people who passed through it and then left. Students who came to Athens from other cities absorbed what they found there and took it home. Travelers who heard something in the marketplace that they couldn't stop thinking about. Teachers who had been taught by teachers who had stood at the painted porch and listened. The Greek world of the 3rd and 2nd centuries BCE was unusually well connected for its time. Alexander the Great had died roughly a generation before Zeno began teaching, but the world Alexander had opened up a vast network of Greek-speaking cities stretching from Greece through Egypt and Persia all the way to the edges of India was still very much alive. Greek had become the shared language of an enormous region. A text written in Athens could, in principle, be read in Alexandria. An idea born on a covered walkway near the agora could travel through conversation and correspondence and copied manuscripts to cities whose names most Athenians had never heard. Stoicism was unusually well suited to travel. This is important. Not all philosophies are portable. Some are deeply tied to the specific culture that produced them, their images, their assumptions, their sense of what a human life is supposed to look like. Stoicism carried within it something more universal. The idea that reason was the common possession of all human beings, that virtue was available to anyone, regardless of where they were born, or what language they spoke, or what gods their city worshipped. That the fundamental questions, how to live, how to face suffering, how to act well under pressure, were not Greek questions. They were human questions. That universality made it easy to carry across borders without losing its essential shape. It moved through the philosophical networks that connected the Greek-speaking world, through students who returned home and began teaching, through texts that were copied and shared, through the slow, patient work of ideas finding the minds that needed them. A Stoic teacher in one city would draw students from surrounding regions. Those students would return to their own cities carrying the ideas. Some would teach. Some would simply live differently, and that difference would be visible to the people around them. By the time Stoicism arrived in Rome, which it did gradually, through a series of encounters and introductions, rather than a single dramatic moment, it was already a philosophy that had proven it could survive transplantation, that it could take root in unfamiliar soil and grow into something recognizable without losing what it essentially was. An idea that belongs to everyone travels light. What is the difference between an idea that changes one city and an idea that changes the world? And is it the idea itself, or simply the people willing to carry it? Panaetius, the man who brought Stoicism to Rome. Every great idea, at some point, has to leave home. It has to move beyond the culture that shaped it, beyond the language it was first spoken in, beyond the assumptions and the shared references that made it feel natural to the people who first encountered it. And that journey from one world into another is never clean. Something always changes in the crossing. The question is whether what changes is essential or incidental, whether the idea arrives on the other side still recognizably itself, or whether it has been altered so fundamentally that it has become something new. Panaetius of Rhodes made that crossing possible for Stoicism. He was born around 185 BCE on the island of Rhodes, into an aristocratic family which already made him different from many of the Stoics who came before him. Zeno had been a merchant, Cleanthes had carried water, Chrysippus had been a long-distance runner. Panaetius arrived with social standing, with connections, with the kind of ease in elite spaces that the earlier Stoics had never possessed, and he used those advantages deliberately. He came to Athens and studied Stoicism seriously, absorbing the tradition that Chrysippus had systematized. But he was also reading widely outside the Stoic school, engaging with Plato, with Aristotle, with ideas that orthodox Stoics sometimes held at arm's length. He was not interested in purity. He was interested in what was true and useful, wherever it came from. This made some strict Stoics uncomfortable. It made Panaetius extraordinarily effective. Around 140 BCE, he traveled to Rome and entered one of the most powerful social circles in the ancient world. The circle of Scipio Aemilianus, a Roman general and statesman of enormous influence, a man who moved at the center of Roman political and military life. Scipio collected around him the most interesting minds of his time, Greek and Roman both, in what became known as the Scipionic Circle. Philosophers, historians, poets, strategists, people who understood that ideas and power were not separate things. Panaetius fit perfectly. He understood something that the earlier Stoics had not needed to understand. Rome was not Athens. The Roman aristocracy was not interested in abstract philosophical argument for its own sake. They were interested in practical wisdom, in how to govern, in how to lead armies, and manage vast territories and make decisions that affected millions of people. They wanted a philosophy that could live inside a life of action, not one that retreated from it. So Panaetius adapted, not by abandoning Stoic principles, but by translating them. He softened some of the harder edges of Stoic doctrine, the strict insistence that only virtue mattered, that health and wealth and reputation were completely indifferent. He acknowledged that these things, while not genuinely good in the deepest Stoic sense, still mattered in practical terms, that a philosophy for real human beings living real lives had to account for the world as it actually was. The Romans found this version of Stoicism immediately recognizable. It sounded like the values they already claimed to admire: duty, service, self-discipline, the subordination of personal comfort to the needs of the state. Stoicism didn't arrive in Rome as something foreign. It arrived as a mirror held up to the best version of what Rome wanted to believe it already was. That is the most effective way an idea can ever enter a new culture, not as a challenge, as a confirmation of something the culture already suspected was true about itself. What does it cost an idea to become useful to power? And what does it gain? Posidonius and the Stoic cosmos. There are thinkers who go deep, who take one idea and follow it down into the earth, past the comfortable layers where most people stop, into the harder and darker and more disorienting territory below. And then there are thinkers who go wide, who look at the full sweep of things: history, science, geography, philosophy, astronomy, and try to hold it all together at once, to find the single thread that runs through everything and makes the whole picture coherent. Posidonius went wide. He was born around 135 BCE in Apamea, a city in what is now Syria, and he became one of the most remarkable intellectual figures of the ancient world. Not the most famous, not the most quoted, but perhaps the most ambitious. He wanted to understand everything, and he pursued that ambition with an energy that left the people around him slightly breathless. He studied under Panaetius in Athens, absorbing the Stoic tradition that his teacher had already begun reshaping. But where Panaetius had focused his energy on making Stoicism useful to Roman statesmen, Posidonius turned his attention outward, toward the cosmos itself, toward the physical universe in all its staggering scale and complexity. He traveled extensively, unusually so for a philosopher of his time. He went to Spain and observed the tides of the Atlantic Ocean, noticing how they moved in relation to the moon and developing a theory of lunar influence on the sea. He studied earthquakes and volcanoes. He calculated the circumference of the earth. His estimate was different from Eratosthenes' earlier calculation, and for a long time historians debated which was more accurate. He observed the sun and the stars with a seriousness that blurred the line between philosopher and scientist in a way that the ancient world found natural and the modern world has largely forgotten how to do. He built, out of all this observation, a picture of the universe that was deeply, thoroughly Stoic. The cosmos for Posidonius was not a collection of separate things operating according to separate rules. It was a unified system, a single living whole, every part of which was connected to every other part through what he described as a kind of cosmic sympathy. The Greek word was sympathia, the idea that everything in the universe was in communication with everything else, that the movement of stars affected the tides, that the health of the earth affected the health of its inhabitants, that you could not fully understand any one thing without understanding its relationship to everything around it. This was Stoic cosmology, pushed to its outer limits. The Logos, that rational fire running through all things, was not merely a philosophical principle for Posidonius. It was a physical reality that you could observe if you looked carefully enough. The universe's rationality was visible in its patterns, in the regularity of celestial motion, in the way living systems responded to their environments, in the deep coherence of a world that, the more carefully you examined it, kept revealing more order rather than less. He also thought seriously about the human soul and its relationship to the cosmos. He believed the soul was not trapped inside the body in the way some other philosophical schools suggested. It participated in the wider, rational order of the universe. It was, in some sense, made of the same substance as the stars. Most of his work is lost. We know him through fragments, through the writers who quoted him and argued with him and built on what he had done. But his influence moved quietly through the ancient world and into the Renaissance, when thinkers rediscovering Greek texts found in Posidonius something that felt startlingly modern, a mind that looked at the universe and saw not chaos, but connection, everything touching everything else, nothing truly separate, the same fire in the human mind as in the heart of a star. How different would it feel to move through your day, knowing you were in constant, silent communication with everything around you? Rome adopts Stoicism, a philosophy built for emperors and slaves alike. There is something almost impossible about a philosophy that works at both ends of the human spectrum simultaneously, that speaks truthfully to the person who holds absolute power over millions of lives, and to the person who has no power at all, not even over their own body. That finds the same essential wisdom useful to the man sitting on the throne and the man kneeling at its base. And yet that is precisely what happened in Rome. Stoicism arrived in the Roman world gradually, carried by Panaetius, and then by Posidonius, and then by the slow movement of texts and teachers across a civilization that was, by the 2nd century BCE, stretching its reach across most of the known world. But the adoption wasn't simply intellectual. It wasn't Romans reading Greek philosophy the way a curious student reads about a foreign culture. It was something deeper and more personal than that. Romans encountered Stoicism and recognized in it something they had been trying to articulate for generations without quite finding the words. Rome had its own native values. Gravitas, a seriousness of purpose. Virtus, excellence, particularly in the face of difficulty. Pietas, duty to family, to state, to the gods. Dignitas, the weight and reputation a person earned through honorable conduct. These were not identical to Stoic virtues, but they rhymed with them closely enough that Stoicism felt less like a foreign import and more like a philosophical framework that had been waiting for Rome to arrive. The Roman aristocracy adopted it as a philosophy of leadership. If you were going to govern a vast empire, make decisions that affected millions of people, carry the weight of military command and political responsibility, you needed something to anchor you, something that could hold you steady when the pressure became inhuman. Stoicism offered that anchor. The idea that your virtue was the one thing no external circumstance could compromise, that a good man governing badly still had something no corrupt man governing well could possess. But Stoicism spread downward through Roman society just as powerfully as it moved through the aristocracy, because the philosophy contained within it something quietly radical. The belief that reason was the common property of all human beings, that the slave and the emperor shared the same essential nature, that the logos running through the cosmos ran through every human mind without exception, without hierarchy, without regard for legal status or social position. This did not make Stoicism a revolutionary movement in the political sense. The Stoics were not, by and large, agitating for the abolition of slavery. They existed inside the institutions of their world, the way most people in most times exist inside the institutions of theirs. But the philosophical implications were there, running quietly underneath the surface. A slave who had internalized Stoic ideas was, in the most important sense, the Stoics recognized, free. Free in the only way that could not be legislated away or physically constrained. Epictetus would prove that beyond any argument. But before Epictetus, there was simply this remarkable fact. A philosophy born in a covered walkway in Athens, carried across the Mediterranean by a series of serious and determined minds, had found a home in the most powerful civilization the Western world had yet produced. And it had found that home not by compromising what it essentially was, but by revealing that what it essentially was had always been universal. Power and powerlessness, facing the same darkness, reaching for the same light. What does it mean that the same philosophy could comfort both the man who owned the world and the man the world owned? Cicero and his complicated relationship with Stoic ideas. There is a particular kind of person who is drawn to an idea without being fully captured by it, who reads it carefully, argues with it seriously, borrows from it generously, and yet never quite surrenders to it completely, who holds it at a certain distance, not out of laziness or superficiality, but because something in their nature resists the total commitment the idea seems to require. They engage with it more honestly, in some ways, than the true believers do, because they keep asking the questions the true believers have stopped asking. Cicero was that person for Stoicism. He was born in 106 BCE in Arpinum, a small town outside Rome, into a family of the equestrian class, respectable but not aristocratic, which meant he had to build his reputation entirely through his own abilities. And his abilities were extraordinary. He became the greatest orator Rome ever produced, a lawyer, a politician, a philosopher, a letter writer of such precision and eloquence that his prose became the standard against which Latin writing was measured for the next 2,000 years. He studied philosophy seriously and eclectically. He spent time with Stoic teachers. He read widely across the Greek philosophical tradition. He was drawn particularly to the Academy, the tradition founded by Plato, which in Cicero's time had evolved into a school of thought that emphasized careful skepticism, the suspension of judgment, the acknowledgement that certainty was harder to achieve than most philosophers admitted. That skeptical instinct ran through everything Cicero wrote about Stoicism. He admired it enormously. He translated key Stoic concepts into Latin, and in doing so gave the Roman world a vocabulary for philosophical discussion that it had not previously possessed. Words that we still use today, words like morality, quality, individual, entered the intellectual tradition through Cicero's translations of Greek philosophical terms. He did not merely import Stoicism. He built the linguistic infrastructure that allowed it to take root in Latin-speaking soil, but he argued with it constantly. He found the strict Stoic doctrine of the sage, the idea of the perfectly wise person who had achieved complete virtue and was therefore completely invulnerable to external circumstances, too extreme to be useful, too perfect to be human. He thought the Stoic insistence that all failures of virtue were equally bad, that a minor dishonesty and a terrible crime were the same in kind, if not in degree, was a philosophical position that sounded rigorous, but produced absurd conclusions when you actually tried to live by it. His own life was, in many ways, a test of Stoic principles that he never quite passed and never pretended to have passed. He was vain about his reputation in ways that no true Stoic would recognize as acceptable. He was devastated by the death of his daughter Tullia in 45 BCE, a grief so consuming that he retreated from public life and wrote compulsively to manage it, producing some of his most important philosophical works in the process. He oscillated between political courage and political calculation, between principled stands and strategic retreats. He was, in other words, a human being, using philosophy not as a completed achievement, but as a resource to reach for in difficult moments, taking what he needed and being honest about what he couldn't manage. And perhaps that is its own kind of philosophical integrity. He was executed in 43 BCE, during the political violence that followed Julius Caesar's assassination. His hands and his head were displayed in the Forum. The man who had given Rome its philosophical vocabulary died at the hands of the political system he had spent his life trying to serve. What is the value of engaging seriously with an idea you can never fully live up to? And is the gap between what we believe and how we live a failure, or simply the honest shape of a human life? Seneca the Younger. Letters written in the shadow of death. Picture a man sitting at a writing desk in the late afternoon light. He is old, or close to it. He has lived a life of unusual turbulence, exiled to a rocky island for 8 years, recalled to Rome to tutor a boy who would become one of history's most feared emperors, accumulated enormous wealth while writing about the unimportance of wealth, survived the court of Nero through a combination of brilliance and careful navigation that must have cost him something every single day. Now he is writing letters, not letters designed for immediate reply, not the transactional correspondence of a busy public life. Something slower and more deliberate than that. Letters addressed to a younger friend named Lucilius, working through the questions that had occupied him for decades, writing with the particular clarity that comes when a person knows or strongly suspects that their time is running short. He knew the danger he was in. Living in proximity to Nero was living in proximity to a man who could decide on any given morning that you were no longer useful or safe. Seneca had watched it happen to others. He had survived it, so far, through a combination of circumstances that he knew were not entirely within his control. The shadow that falls over the letters is not melodramatic. It is quiet and real. The awareness of death not as an abstract philosophical topic, but as a specific, proximate possibility that could arrive in the form of a messenger from the palace. And what he wrote in that shadow was not panicked or desperate. It was some of the most lucid, humane, and practically useful philosophy ever set down in the Latin language. He wrote about time, about how carelessly most people spend it, how easily it slips through the hours of distraction and obligation and trivial busyness, how a person can arrive at the end of a life and realize that most of it was never truly lived because it was never truly attended to. He wrote that people protect their money and their property with great vigilance, but give their time away to anyone who asks for it, without recognizing that time is the only thing that, once given, can never be recovered. He wrote about friendship, about fear, about how to read and what to read, and why it matters to engage deeply with a few important ideas rather than skimming the surface of many. He wrote about retirement and about whether it was cowardice or wisdom to step back from public life. He wrote about the body's slow failure and how to meet it without flinching. He wrote about death with a directness that is almost shocking to read today, in a culture that prefers to keep death at a comfortable distance. He returned to it again and again, not because he was morbid, but because he believed, as all the Stoics believed, that the failure to think clearly about death was the source of most human anxiety. that the thing people feared most was the thing they understood least, and that understanding it, sitting with it, turning it over in the light until its outlines became familiar, was the only honest preparation for the life that preceded it. He was ordered to commit suicide by Nero in 65 CE, accused of involvement in a conspiracy against the emperor. The ancient accounts of his death describe him accepting the order with the calm he had spent a lifetime practicing. He opened his veins. He spoke to his friends. He died slowly, and by the accounts that survived, with a composure that disturbed the soldiers sent to oversee it. Whether he fully achieved the equanimity he wrote about, or whether he simply performed it in his final hours, is something no one can know. But the letters remain, and in them a man who lived imperfectly and thought carefully left behind something that has outlasted every political calculation he ever made. How do you live differently when you know the shadow is there? And does it take the shadow to make the light worth noticing? Seneca's life of contradiction, wealth, power, and the Stoic ideal. There is a question that follows Seneca everywhere, through every century that has read him, through every person who has encountered his writing and then looked up from the page to consider the life behind it. It is not a cruel question, but it is an unavoidable one. How do you write so beautifully about needing nothing while possessing almost everything? Seneca was, by most measures, one of the wealthiest men in Rome. He owned multiple villas. He had vast landholdings. He lent money at interest across the Roman provinces on a scale that made him, in modern terms, something close to a banker of imperial proportions. There is a historical account, disputed but persistent, that suggests loans he called in from Britain contributed to a rebellion there. Whether or not that specific claim is accurate, the broader picture is not seriously contested. Seneca was rich, extraordinarily, almost obscenely rich, by the standards of a philosophy that insisted wealth was a preferred indifferent. Something you could take or leave. Something no serious person would organize their life around. His critics in his own time noticed. They said so, loudly and publicly. How can you tell us to live simply while your table is set with silver? How can you write about the corrupting nature of luxury while your gardens stretch farther than most people will walk in a week? Seneca answered them. He always answered, because he was Seneca, and answering was what he did. He said that the Stoic sage was not required to be poor, that poverty was no more virtuous than wealth in itself. What mattered was your relationship to what you possessed, whether you owned your things or your things owned you, whether you could walk away from your villa without grief if fate required it, or whether the thought of losing it quietly governed every decision you made. The wise man, Seneca argued, could live among beautiful things without being corrupted by them, the way a doctor can work among the sick without becoming sick. It is a reasonable argument. It is also, as his critics noted, a very convenient one for a very wealthy man to make. The more interesting question is not whether Seneca was a hypocrite. Almost every serious moral thinker who has ever lived has fallen short of their own ideals in some visible way. The interesting question is what his contradictions reveal about the difficulty of the philosophy itself, about what it actually costs to live according to Stoic principles inside a real political world, with real pressures and real temptations, and a real emperor whose favor meant survival and whose displeasure meant death. Seneca accumulated wealth partly because wealth was protection. In Nero's Rome, a man with nothing was easier to destroy than a man with resources and connections, and the ability to buy loyalty. His wealth was not simply vanity. It was, at least in part, a survival strategy deployed by someone who understood the specific dangers of his specific situation, and yet, the letters he wrote in his final years carry within them a quality of genuine exhaustion with the life he had lived, a longing for the simplicity he had written about for decades without ever quite achieving. He describes walking through his garden and feeling the absurdity of owning so much while understanding so clearly that none of it was truly his. He describes old age with something like relief, as if the slow withdrawal of the world's temptations was, finally, making it easier to be the person he had always been trying to describe. Perhaps the most honest thing about Seneca is not that he failed to live up to his philosophy. It is that he never stopped trying to, and never pretended the gap between the two wasn't there. The gap was there. He wrote into it his entire life. Is a philosophy that is impossible to perfectly practice still worth practicing? And is the person who tries and fails more honest than the person who never tries at all? Musonius Rufus, the Roman Socrates, no one talks about. There is a certain kind of greatness that history decides not to remember, not because it wasn't real, not because it didn't influence everything around it, but because it expressed itself in a way that left behind fewer artifacts than other kinds of greatness. It didn't write the book that survived. It didn't lead the army, or hold the office, or make the decision that got recorded in the official account. It expressed itself instead through people, through the quality of the minds it shaped and sent out into the world. Musonius Rufus was that kind of greatness. He was born around 30 CE in Volsinae, an Etruscan town in central Italy, into the equestrian class, the same social tier that had produced Cicero, respectable and educated, but not aristocratic. He became a Stoic philosopher in Rome, at one of the most dangerous times in Roman history, to be a philosopher with a conscience. The emperors of his era, Nero, then Vespasian, then Domitian, were not uniformly enthusiastic about men who taught that virtue mattered more than power, and that the inner life was sovereign over every external authority. He was exiled more than once. Nero sent him to the island of Gyara, a barren rock in the Aegean, that Rome used as a place to send people it wanted to disappear without the inconvenience of executing them publicly. Musonius went. He taught philosophy on the island to whoever would listen. When political circumstances changed, he returned to Rome and began teaching again, apparently without bitterness, without the kind of public grievance that exile might reasonably have produced in a lesser person. He wrote nothing himself, or if he did, none of it survived. What we have are notes taken by his students, transcriptions of lectures and conversations, fragments assembled by others after the fact. In this way he resembles Socrates more than almost any other figure in the Stoic tradition. A teacher whose power resided entirely in the living encounter, in the direct challenge of one mind meeting another, in questions asked face to face in real time. And like Socrates, the questions he asked were uncomfortable. He asked whether philosophy that didn't change how you actually lived was really philosophy at all, or just an intellectual entertainment. He asked whether men who claimed to value virtue were prepared to act virtuously when it cost them something real. He pushed his students not toward more sophisticated arguments, but toward more honest lives. He was less interested in what they thought than in what they did when no one was watching. He was radical in ways that even the Stoic tradition found surprising. He argued, with a directness unusual for his time, that women should receive the same philosophical education as men, that the capacity for reason was not a male attribute, that virtue was not gendered, that a woman who could think clearly and act well was practicing philosophy as genuinely as any man in any lecture hall in Rome. This was not a common position in the ancient world. It was not particularly common for many centuries afterward. He also argued that philosophy was not an elite pursuit, not something reserved for men of leisure and education and social standing. It was available to anyone willing to do the work. A farmer, a craftsman, a person without formal schooling could live philosophically if they chose to. The Stoic idea that reason was the common property of all human beings was not, for Musonius, an abstract principle. It was a practical instruction about who deserved to be in the room. His most famous student was Epictetus, a slave, which suggests that Musonius meant what he said. The Roman Socrates left no text and built no institution and held no office. He left behind something harder to measure and longer lasting, a way of asking questions that changed the people who encountered it, who then changed the people they encountered, in an unbroken chain that reaches through Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius and centuries of readers and thinkers all the way to now. What would it mean to be remembered not for what you wrote, but entirely for what you made possible in other people? Epictetus, the slave who mastered freedom through philosophy. There is no more extreme test of a philosophy than the life of the person who had the least, not the least in the ordinary sense, not someone who struggled financially or faced social disadvantage or was born without connections in a world that rewarded them. The least in the most literal, most total sense available to the ancient world, a person who was legally property, whose body belonged to someone else, who could be sold, relocated, punished, or used in whatever way their owner decided, with no recourse and no appeal and no legal recognition that their inner life existed at all. Epictetus was born into slavery, probably around 50 CE, in Hierapolis, a city in what is now western Turkey. He was brought to Rome and became the property of a man named Epaphroditus, who was himself a freed slave who had risen to become a secretary to Nero. The household Epictetus lived in was not the worst possible version of Roman slavery, but it was slavery. Total, legal, unambiguous ownership of one human being by another. There is a story, possibly true, possibly legendary, carrying the weight of truth regardless, that Epaphroditus once twisted Epictetus's leg for amusement or to demonstrate his power. Epictetus, by the account, said quietly that if he continued, the leg would break. It broke. Epictetus said, without apparent agitation, that he had mentioned this would happen. Whether or not the story is literally accurate, it captures something essential about what Epictetus believed and, apparently, genuinely practiced. The body could be broken. The leg was not his. The leg was in the category of things not within his power. What was within his power, the only thing that was genuinely, irreducibly his, was how he met the breaking. He studied philosophy under Musonius Rufus, whose teachings reached even into the households of slaves in Rome, and something in what he learned there became not an intellectual position, but a lived reality, a way of being inside a condition that had no philosophical solution, that could not be argued away or reasoned out of, that nonetheless allowed a man to remain, in the most important sense, entirely himself. He was eventually freed. The historical record doesn't tell us exactly how or when. He set up a small school in Nicopolis, a city in northwestern Greece, and began teaching. And the teaching that came out of that school, out of that life, had a quality that no amount of comfortable philosophical reflection could have produced. It had been tested, not in argument, but in the actual conditions of an actual life that most people would consider unbearable. He taught that freedom was not a legal condition, not something that could be granted or revoked by an owner or an emperor or a court. Freedom was the condition of a mind that understood what was and wasn't within its power, and had stopped trying to control the things that weren't. A free man in chains who kept reaching for things outside his control was less free, in the only sense that mattered, than a slave who had fully accepted the boundary of his dominion and worked with total dedication within it. He did not write anything down himself. What we have comes from a student named Arrian, who recorded his lectures and conversations with the same impulse that had driven others to record Socrates, a recognition that something was happening in those rooms that should not be allowed to simply disappear. The resulting texts, the discourses, and the Enchiridion, a small manual of Stoic practice, are among the most direct, unadorned, and honest pieces of philosophy ever written. There is no elegance for its own sake, no performance of erudition. Just a man who had been given every reason to believe that the inner life was fragile and had discovered, through the specific pressure of his specific circumstances, that it was not. What does freedom mean to someone who has had everything taken? And what does it mean that the answer he found was not about the taking, but about the taking back? The Enchiridion, a manual for living under any condition. There is a difference between a philosophy and a manual. A philosophy explains the nature of things. It builds a framework, constructs an argument, traces the logical connections between ideas until the whole picture becomes visible. It asks you to understand. A manual asks something more immediate than that. It asks you to do, to take the idea off the page and put it into the specific texture of a specific day, into the moment of frustration or grief or temptation or fear, where abstract understanding is never quite enough on its own. The Enchiridion is a manual. The word itself means something you hold in your hand. A handbook. Something small enough to carry, practical enough to use, condensed enough that its essential contents can be absorbed and returned to, without the investment of hours. Arrian, the student who recorded Epictetus's lectures, understood that the longer discourses were valuable, but not always accessible in the moments when philosophy was most needed. So he distilled them. He took the core of what Epictetus taught and compressed it into a text that could travel with a person through their actual life. It begins with the most important distinction Epictetus ever made. Some things are within our power. Some things are not. Within our power are our opinions, our impulses, our desires, our responses. Not within our power are our bodies, our reputations, our possessions, the actions of other people, the shape the world takes on any given day. The Enchiridion opens with this not as an introduction to a longer argument, but as a statement of everything, as if Epictetus is saying, if you understand this, truly understand it in your bones and not just your mind, then everything else is commentary. What follows is a series of short, direct instructions, not suggestions, not philosophical explorations, instructions. If you want to make progress, he says, expect to be thought foolish by people who measure success by things outside your control. If someone speaks badly of you, do not defend yourself by attacking them. Examine instead whether what they said is true, and if it is, thank them for it. If it isn't, the opinion belongs to them, not you, and is therefore not your concern. He addresses the ordinary moments. Someone is rude to you at a dinner. Your flight is delayed. You are waiting for news that may be bad. You are watching someone you love suffer in a way you cannot prevent. He moves through these situations with a practicality that can feel almost startling in a philosophical text. Less interested in what the universe is made of than in what you are going to do in the next 5 minutes. He is also, at intervals, deeply compassionate in a way that a more austere image of Stoicism sometimes obscures. He does not say, "Do not feel." He does not say, "The grief is an error." He says, when something painful happens, acknowledge it. Let yourself feel what you feel, and then, before you are swept entirely away by it, remember what is actually yours in the situation and what isn't. The feeling is real. The interpretation is something you can work with. He writes about death with the same direct practicality. If you kiss your child good night, he says, remind yourself that this is a mortal child. Not because that thought is pleasant, but because it is true, and because the person who has sat with true things, even the hardest ones, is less easily destroyed by them when they arrive. The Enchiridion is not a comforting book in the conventional sense. It does not tell you that things will be fine. It tells you something more demanding and more durable than that. It tells you that you have inside you exactly what you need to meet whatever comes, not because you are exceptional, because you are a rational creature with the capacity to choose your response to things. That capacity is always there, even when everything else is taken. What would change about your day if you carried this one idea in your hand everywhere you went? Marcus Aurelius, the emperor who never wanted to rule. There is something quietly tragic about a person who is given exactly what they never asked for, and then spends their entire life trying to be worthy of it anyway. Marcus Aurelius was born in 121 CE into a family with connections to the imperial court, but not into the direct line of succession. He was a serious, bookish child who fell in love with philosophy early and deeply. He slept on a hard floor as a young man, voluntarily, because the Stoics he was reading suggested that comfort was something to be tested rather than assumed. He wore rough clothing. He studied with an intensity that worried the adults around him, who thought he was damaging his health with the effort. He wanted the life of a philosopher. Quiet, withdrawn, devoted to thinking carefully about how to live and why it mattered. The kind of life that required time and stillness, and the freedom to be wrong in private before arriving at something true. Instead, the Emperor Hadrian noticed him. Hadrian began a chain of adoption that would eventually place Marcus, against the direction of his own desires, at the center of Roman power. He was adopted by Antoninus Pius, who became emperor and made Marcus his designated successor. Marcus spent the years of Antoninus's reign preparing for a responsibility he had never sought, studying law and governance and military strategy alongside the philosophy that remained his deepest love. When Antoninus died in 161 CE, Marcus became emperor of Rome. The largest, most complex political entity in the Western world, a civilization of millions of people stretching from Britain to Mesopotamia, held together by law and military force and the particular gravity of Roman institutional culture. He did not want it, and he did it anyway, for nearly 2 decades, with a conscientiousness that exhausted him. His reign was not peaceful. It was almost continuously beset by crisis. A devastating plague swept through the empire, killing millions. Wars pressed on the northern and eastern borders simultaneously, requiring him to spend years away from Rome on military campaigns he found deeply uncongenial. There were political conspiracies, administrative failures, the constant grinding demands of a system that required his attention in 1,000 directions at once. He was not a natural general. He was not a natural politician. What he was a man who had internalized the Stoic understanding of duty so completely that it governed even the desires he never stopped having. He would have preferred the philosopher's study. He chose the emperor's burden. Not because he thought he was the best possible person for it, but because it was what the situation required of him, and the situation was not something he had the right to refuse. What makes Marcus uniquely visible to us across almost 2,000 years is not his reign, though his reign was significant. It is a private journal he kept throughout his years of power, a journal he apparently never intended anyone to read, a document of one man's ongoing, daily struggle to be better than his circumstances tempted him to be. He wrote to himself, reminders, corrections, exhortations. Stop being distracted. Stop seeking approval. Remember that the people who angered you this morning will be dead soon, as will you. Remember that your power is not yours. It is on loan from the universe and will be returned. Remember what you actually believe, and then go act accordingly. There is no performance in those pages, no emperor speaking for posterity. Just a tired, serious, genuinely good man, trying, imperfectly and persistently, to close the gap between the philosophy he loved and the life he was required to live. What does it mean to spend your entire life doing something you never wanted, and to do it with everything you have? The Meditations, a private journal, never meant to be read. There is a particular quality to words written without an audience. You can feel it when you encounter it, a loosening of something, a dropping of the careful arrangements that writing for others always requires, even in the most honest writers. The word choices become less considered. The repetitions are allowed to stay. The same anxieties circle back again and again without apology, because there is no reader to notice, no one to wonder why this emperor, this powerful man, keeps reminding himself of the same things over and over, as if he doesn't quite believe them yet. The Meditations of Marcus Aurelius were not written to be read. He titled them, in Greek, something closer to himself, notes to himself, private reminders, the working document of a man trying to think clearly under conditions that made clear thinking extraordinarily difficult. There was no plan for an audience, no intention of publication, no sense in the writing that posterity was watching. What there was instead was something rarer and more valuable, a man being honest with himself in the dark, without the distorting pressure of anyone else's expectations. This is why the book feels so different from almost every other philosophical text that has survived from the ancient world. Most ancient philosophy arrives already shaped for an audience. Even the texts that present themselves as private Seneca's letters to Lucilius, for example, carry within them a consciousness of being read, an awareness that the prose must do certain work on the reader's imagination. The letters are beautiful because Seneca wanted them to be beautiful. The arguments are constructed because Seneca was always, even in his most intimate moments, a rhetorician. Marcus was not writing rhetoric. He was writing to stay functional. The Meditations were composed in Greek, not Latin, which is itself revealing. Latin was the language of Roman power, of official documents and public speech. Greek was the language of philosophy, of the intellectual life Marcus had retreated to since childhood. Writing in Greek was a way of stepping sideways, out of the imperial role and into the private self that the role was constantly threatening to swallow. He wrote in fragments, short paragraphs most of them, some barely a sentence, some looping through the same idea multiple times in different phrasings, as if he was trying different keys in the same lock, looking for the one that would finally open something. He wrote during military campaigns, in tents, in the brief margins of days consumed by administrative and military demands that left him depleted in ways the writing quietly reveals. He returns to certain themes obsessively. The smallness of human life against the vastness of time, the certainty of death and the foolishness of spending the interval before it in pettiness or distraction. the importance of doing your duty today, right now, with whatever energy remains, without waiting for ideal conditions that will never arrive. The difficulty of dealing with difficult people and the Stoic instruction to remember that they too are rational creatures doing their imperfect best inside their own limited understanding. He is harder on himself than on anyone else. He catches himself seeking approval and notes it with something close to disgust. He catches himself procrastinating on difficult decisions and reminds himself sharply of his age, of the time already spent, of the time remaining. He is a man conducting a continuous audit of his own character and finding, repeatedly, that the balance sheet needs work. And yet the overall texture of the meditations is not despairing. It is something quieter and more durable. The quality of a person who has accepted that the gap between the ideal and the actual will never fully close, and who has decided that closing it a little, daily, imperfectly and persistently, is enough. That it is, in fact, the whole of the work. How do you feel, knowing that the most powerful man in the world was writing secret notes to himself just to get through the day? And does it make the struggle feel more possible or more permanent? What Marcus actually believed versus how he had to live. Every person who takes ideas seriously eventually arrives at the same painful discovery, that the world does not pause to accommodate your philosophy, that the conditions under which you are required to actually live rarely resemble the conditions under which the philosophy was designed, or under which it makes the most intuitive sense. That the gap between what you believe at your clearest and what the day actually demands of you is not a temporary inconvenience, but a permanent feature of being a thinking person inside an unthinking set of circumstances. Marcus Aurelius lived that gap more visibly than almost anyone in history. Because we have the Meditations, we know what he believed at his most private and most honest. We know the philosophy he returned to in the margins of his days, the ideas he genuinely held about how a human being should move through the world. And we also have the historical record of his reign, the documented decisions and policies and actions of the man who governed Rome for nearly 2 decades. The two pictures do not always match, and the places where they diverge are among the most humanly instructive things the ancient world left behind. He believed, genuinely and deeply, in the Stoic cosmopolitanism that Zeno had planted at the very beginning of the tradition, the idea that all human beings were fellow citizens of a single rational universe, that the slave and the emperor shared the same essential nature, that the capacity for reason made every person, regardless of birth or status, worthy of fundamental dignity. He also presided over a slave economy without dismantling it. He was the most powerful man in the world, and the institution of slavery was so woven into the fabric of Roman civilization that even an emperor who found it philosophically troubling could not simply will it away. He worked within the system he had inherited because the alternative, the chaos and violence that radical disruption would have unleashed, was its own form of harm. He was not naive about power. He was a man who understood that the distance between what should be and what can be done right now is not always a moral failure. Sometimes it is just the actual shape of the world. He believed in mercy. He wrote about it in the Meditations with something close to tenderness. The instruction to remember, when someone had wronged him, that they had acted from ignorance rather than malice. That the appropriate response to a person who did harm was not anger, but something more like the response a doctor has to a patient. Compassion. The understanding that ignorance was a condition that could be addressed, not a crime that required punishment. He also persecuted Christians, not with unusual brutality by the standards of Roman imperial policy, but he did not stop the persecutions that occurred under his reign, and some historians believe actively sanctioned them. A man who wrote privately about the importance of treating every rational creature with dignity presided over the deaths of people whose only crime was believing something different about the universe. How do you hold those two things at once? Perhaps the same way you hold the entirety of any serious person's life, with the recognition that belief and action are separated by something more than hypocrisy, by context, by constraint, by the specific gravity of the institutions you inhabit, by the limits of what any individual will can accomplish against the accumulated weight of history and culture and expectation. Marcus knew this. He wrote about it. The awareness that he was failing his own ideals was not something he discovered at the end. It was present in the private writing from the beginning. He kept writing anyway. He kept trying anyway. He kept showing up to the burden of the empire day after day, attempting to bring his actual behavior a little closer to his actual beliefs, knowing the gap would never fully close. Is that failure? Or is that the only honest version of a philosophical life that exists? The Stoic view of death. Not an enemy, but a teacher. Something happens when the subject arrives. Even in a room full of people who consider themselves rational, who pride themselves on facing uncomfortable truths clearly, there is a subtle shift when the word is spoken, a slight contraction, a change in the quality of the attention in the room. People straighten slightly or go very still, and the conversation that follows has a different texture than the conversation that preceded it. Death does that, even when we know it's coming, even when we've thought about it many times before. The Stoics noticed this, and they found it philosophically interesting, because they believed that the fear of death was not an honest response to what death actually was. It was a response to what people imagined death to be, which was something entirely different. And the gap between the two, between the imagined horror and the actual reality, was, they believed, the source of more unnecessary suffering than almost anything else in human life. They started with a simple observation. Death is the one experience that no human being has ever had and returned from to describe. Every fear of it is therefore a fear of something unknown, not something remembered, not something experienced and found to be terrible, something imagined. And the imagination, left unexamined, tends toward the dramatic, toward images of suffering and loss and non-existence that feel unbearable when contemplated, but have no actual experiential content behind them. Epicurus, whose thinking the Stoics sometimes engaged with, even when disagreeing, made the logical point precisely. When death is, you are not. When you are, death is not. The two states do not overlap. There is no experience of being dead, only the experience of being alive and knowing intellectually that death is coming. And it is that knowledge, not death itself, that causes the suffering. The Stoics took this seriously and then went further. They argued that death was not merely neutral, that it was, approached correctly, a teacher, the most honest teacher available, because the awareness of death, held clearly and without flinching, had the power to do something that comfort and routine and the ordinary flow of days almost never could. It had the power to reveal what actually mattered. Marcus wrote about this repeatedly in the Meditations. He would remind himself that the people who had once been the most powerful, the most celebrated, the most feared in the history of Rome, where were they now? Gone, as completely as if they had never existed. And not just the obscure ones, Not just the people history had forgotten, the famous ones too, the ones whose names were carved in stone. Death had taken them without distinction, without exception, without the slightest regard for how important they had been while they were alive. He found this not depressing, but clarifying. If everyone ends the same way, and they do, then the question of what you did with the interval becomes very sharp and very simple. Not? Did you accumulate enough? Not. Did enough people admire you? But did you live according to what you actually believed? Did you treat the people around you with the dignity they deserved? Did you use the time as if it had value, or did you spend it as if more was always coming? Seneca wrote that we should live each day as if it could be the last, not in a frantic or desperate way, but in the way of someone who has stopped postponing the life they actually want to live, who has stopped saving the good dishes for guests and the honest conversation for some day, and the real attention for when things calm down. Because things do not calm down, and someday does not arrive on its own. The Stoic view of death is not dark. It is clarifying in the way that only honest things can be clarifying. The awareness of the ending does not diminish the middle. It illuminates it. What would you do differently today if you held the ending clearly in your mind? Not with fear, but with the calm attention of someone who finally understands what the time is worth. Amor fati, loving everything that happens to you. There is a version of acceptance that is really just surrender wearing a philosophical disguise. A quiet giving up dressed in the language of wisdom. A person who has stopped wanting things because the wanting kept ending in disappointment, who calls this peace but is really just numb, who says they have accepted the world as it is because it hurts less than continuing to hope it could be different. The Stoics were not describing that, amor fati, a Latin phrase meaning love of fate, not tolerance of fate, not resignation to fate. Not the gritted teeth endurance of a person who has decided to stop complaining, because complaining never changed anything. Love. The full, active, open-hearted embrace of everything that happens, including the things that arrive in the shapes you would never have chosen and would give almost anything to send back. It sounds, at first encounter, like the most demanding idea in the entire Stoic tradition, more demanding than the dichotomy of control, which at least allows you to be indifferent to what you can't change, more demanding than memento mori, which asks you only to acknowledge death, not to embrace it. Amor fati asks something that feels almost unnatural, not merely to accept the painful thing, but to love it. Marcus came closest to articulating why. He wrote about the way fire transforms everything it consumes, how a flame takes whatever is fed into it, wood, cloth, almost anything, and converts it entirely into itself. The flame doesn't struggle with the material. It doesn't wish the wood were different. It simply takes what comes and burns. And the burning is not diminished by the difficulty of the fuel. It may even be intensified by it. He was describing how a trained mind could relate to experience, not by choosing which experiences to accept and which to resist, but by developing the capacity to convert everything, the good and the bad, and the completely unbearable, into the same substance, into material for growth, for understanding, for the ongoing project of becoming more fully yourself. This is not passive. It requires more active engagement with difficult experience than ordinary resistance does. Resistance at least keeps the painful thing at arm's length, holds it outside, refuses to let it fully in. Amor fati requires you to open the door completely, to let the difficult thing enter, and to ask, genuinely, and without self-pity, what it has come to teach. The Stoics believed that nothing happened to a rational person that a rational person could not use, that the obstacle was, in a very literal sense, the path, not something to be removed before progress could begin, the actual terrain across which the progress happened. A person who had suffered deeply and moved through it with attention and honesty knew something that comfort could never teach, something that could not be read in a book or received as a gift, something that had to be earned through the specific pressure of the specific difficulty. Epictetus knew this from the inside. A man whose body had been broken knew that the breaking had not broken what he was, that what he discovered in the extreme condition of slavery and pain was not available any other way. You could study philosophy for decades in a comfortable room and not arrive where he arrived. The suffering was not incidental to the understanding. It was constitutive of it. This does not mean that pain is good. The Stoics were not claiming that suffering should be sought, that difficulty was preferable to ease, that a person should refuse kindness or comfort because hardship was somehow more valuable. They were claiming something more precise, that when difficulty arrives, and it will arrive, it always does, the relationship you have to it is still within your power, that you can meet it with resistance and resentment and the ongoing exhausting project of wishing it were otherwise, or you can meet it with the full attention of someone who believes, not naively, but after serious thought, that this too belongs to the life you were given, that even this can be used. Amor fati does not make the hard thing easy. It makes the hard thing yours. Could you love the life you have, including the parts you didn't choose? Not despite them, but somehow, honestly, because of them? To down the Stoic practice of memento mori. Imagine someone placed a small object on your desk this morning, something unremarkable in appearance, a stone perhaps, or a simple piece of carved wood. And this object carried a single message, not written anywhere, but somehow communicated clearly every time your eyes landed on it. You will die, not as a threat, not as a morbid intrusion into the ordinary business of the day, as a reminder, a quiet, persistent, entirely honest reminder of the one fact about your existence that is more certain than any other, that underlies every plan you make, and every relationship you have, and every morning you open your eyes and find yourself still here. Memento mori, Latin for remember that you will die. The Stoics did not invent this idea. Humans have been finding ways to remind themselves of mortality since before recorded history. What the Stoics did was take it seriously as a daily practice, not something you contemplated occasionally when a funeral or a diagnosis forced the thought upon you, something you returned to deliberately, regularly, as part of the ongoing maintenance of a clear and honest mind. Marcus Aurelius returned to it constantly in the Meditations, so consistently that a reader, encountering the text for the first time, might wonder whether he was fixated, whether something was wrong, whether the repetition indicated a pathological relationship with the subject rather than a philosophical one. But the repetition was the point. The human mind is extraordinarily good at forgetting what it doesn't want to remember. It papers over the awareness of death with plans and distractions, and the comfortable assumption that there is always more time. Marcus was fighting that tendency deliberately, in writing, because he knew that left unattended, his own mind would do exactly what every human mind does. It would act as if the time were unlimited, and it wasn't. He would remind himself of the great figures of Roman history, The emperors and generals and statesmen whose names had once commanded enormous power, whose decisions had shaped the lives of millions. Where were they now? The same place the unknown people of their era were. Gone, completely, with the same thoroughness that erases both the famous and the forgotten. Power had not protected them. Reputation had not preserved them. They had lived, and then they had not, and the universe had continued without any particular acknowledgement of the difference. He found this equalizing, not depressing, but leveling in a way that clarified his priorities with unusual sharpness. Seneca practiced it differently. He wrote about ending each day with a brief accounting, not of what had been accomplished in the external sense, not the tasks completed or the problems solved, but of how the day had actually been lived. Whether the hours had been spent on things that genuinely mattered, or whether they had disappeared into the soft distraction of busyness. He treated the end of each day as a small rehearsal for the end of everything, a chance to ask, while there was still time to adjust, whether the life was being lived the way he actually believed it should be lived. This is what separates Stoic memento mori from mere morbidity. It is not about dwelling in darkness. It is not about cultivating a melancholic relationship with the idea of death, or letting the awareness of ending poison the experience of living. It is precisely the opposite. The awareness of death is brought in not to diminish life, but to intensify it. To burn away the things that don't matter by holding them next to the one thing that is absolutely certain, and seeing which ones survive the comparison. Most of the things that consume most of the hours of most lives do not survive that comparison particularly well, the small grievance held against someone who probably didn't mean it the way it landed. The approval sought from people whose opinions will matter to no one, including yourself, in 10 years. The hours spent managing the image of yourself rather than actually being yourself, the conversations postponed, the expressions of love delayed, the experiences deferred until conditions are better, until you are less busy, until the time is right. The time is right now. It has always been right now. The Stoics were not saying anything more complicated than that in the end. They were just saying it in the presence of the one truth large enough to make it land. What would you do differently today if you held gently and without fear the knowledge that today is one of a countable number of days? And what have you been waiting for that cannot wait as long as you have assumed it can? Premeditatio malorum, rehearsing disaster before it arrives. Most people, when things are going well, try very hard not to think about how they could stop going well. This is understandable. There is a superstitious quality to human optimism, a belief that thinking about bad outcomes somehow invites them, that the mind turned toward disaster might accidentally summon what it fears. And there is something else underneath that. Something more honest. The awareness that contemplating the loss of what you love while you still have it is genuinely painful, that it asks you to sit with a discomfort that the present moment has not yet made unavoidable. So people don't. They keep the bad possibilities at the edge of vision, half seen, neither fully acknowledged nor fully denied. They plan for the future as if the future were likely to resemble the present. They hold the good things loosely in the way that feels like trust, but is sometimes just the refusal to fully reckon with impermanence. The Stoics thought this was a mistake, not a moral failure, not a character flaw, but a strategic error that made people far more fragile than they needed to be. Premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils, the deliberate, intentional rehearsal in the mind of the difficult things that might happen before they happen, while there is still time and stability enough to think clearly about them. The practice sounds counterintuitive at first. Why would you deliberately imagine your business failing, your relationship ending, your health declining, the people you love most being taken from you, when none of those things have happened yet? Why introduce suffering that doesn't currently exist? The Stoic answer is precise, because the suffering, if those things happen, will be dramatically reduced if you have already met them in the imagination. Not because imagining something painful makes it less painful when it arrives in reality, but because the mind that has already traveled through the territory of a difficult outcome is not ambushed by it. It recognizes the landscape. It has already, in some small way, found its footing there. Seneca was the most explicit practitioner of this in the Stoic tradition. He would deliberately set aside time to imagine poverty, not as a thought experiment conducted comfortably from behind the walls of his enormous wealth, but as an actual physical practice. He would eat simple food, wear rough clothing, live for a period of days as close to the condition he feared as his circumstances allowed. He was asking himself a direct question in the most honest way available to him. Is this actually unbearable? Or have I been afraid of something that, encountered directly, turns out to be survivable? Almost always, the answer was survivable. This is the first gift of premeditatio malorum, the discovery that the imagined version of the catastrophe is nearly always worse than the real version would be, that the mind, left to its own devices, inflates danger. It adds to the actual difficulty of a hard situation all the additional weight of dread and resistance and the ongoing project of wishing it were otherwise. The practice of deliberately imagining the difficulty in advance and with a degree of acceptance strips away that additional weight. It leaves only what is actually there. The second gift is more subtle. When you have imagined losing something, you tend to hold it differently while you still have it. Not more fearfully, but more honestly, more attentively. The person who has sat quietly with the thought that their relationship might not last forever tends to be more present in that relationship than the person who has never allowed the thought to form. The parent who has considered, even briefly, the fragility of their child's health tends to find the ordinary morning with that child slightly less ordinary than they did before. Marcus practiced this on the grandest possible scale. He would remind himself, regularly and deliberately, of the vastness of time that preceded his life and would follow it, of the civilizations that had risen and been entirely forgotten, of the emperors before him, each of whom had believed their reign was significant, each of whom had been swallowed by the same indifferent passage of years. He was rehearsing in the imagination the ultimate mal, the one that was not a possibility, but a certainty. And he found that rehearsing it made him gentler, more patient with the people around him who frustrated him, more willing to let go of small grievances that looked very small indeed against the background of eternity, more able to do the work of the day with something approaching genuine presence, rather than the distracted half-attention of someone who believed, despite all evidence, that they had unlimited time to get around to what actually mattered. Premeditatio malorum is not pessimism. It is not the cultivation of a dark or anxious relationship with the future. It is the opposite of anxiety, in a way that takes a moment to understand. Anxiety is the mind circling danger, without landing on it, without fully examining it, without asking the direct question and waiting for the honest answer. The practice the Stoics recommended was landing, looking directly at the difficult thing, asking, if this happened, what would remain? What would I still have? What would I still be? The answer, they believed, was always more than fear suggested. What are you not letting yourself think about? And what would it cost you, and what might it give you, to think about it clearly, just once, before it arrives? The Stoic view of emotions, they're not the enemy. You think. There is a version of Stoicism that most people have encountered without knowing it, a cultural shorthand, the image of a person who feels nothing, or rather, a person who has trained themselves to perform feeling nothing, who meets grief with a flat expression and joy with a measured nod, and the full range of human emotional experience with the same unvarying composure of a person who has decided that feeling things is a form of weakness, cold, controlled, sealed. That version is not Stoicism. It is a misreading so common and so persistent that it has become its own thing, a kind of folk philosophy that borrows the name while discarding almost everything that gave the original its depth. The actual Stoic view of emotions is considerably more interesting, more nuanced, and more human than the shorthand suggests. The Stoics did not believe emotions were the enemy. They believed that certain emotions were the product of mistaken judgments, and that those specific emotions caused unnecessary suffering. There is a difference between those two positions that matters enormously. One position is at war with human feeling. The other is at war with human error. They made a careful distinction between what they called passions and what they called good emotions. The passions were not simply strong feelings. They were feelings built on false beliefs about the world. Fear, in the Stoic sense, was not just the experience of being frightened. It was the experience of being frightened combined with the implicit belief that the thing feared was a genuine evil, something that could truly diminish you, something that touched the part of you that actually mattered. Desire, as a passion, was not simply wanting something. It was wanting something combined with the belief that possessing it would make you genuinely better off in the deepest sense, that it was a real good rather than a preferred indifferent. The problem was not the feeling. It was the false belief embedded in the feeling. Grief was where the Stoics were most careful and most easily misunderstood. They did not say, "Do not grieve." They were not asking for the suppression of sorrow or the performance of indifference in the face of genuine loss. Chrysippus wrote about what he called bite, the initial involuntary response to painful things, the physical contraction that happens before thought, the sudden darkening that follows bad news before the mind has had time to process it. That, the Stoics said, was not a failure. That was being human. That was the body and the emotional system doing what they do, responding to reality with appropriate sensitivity. What the Stoics were asking for was what came after the bite, the deliberate response, the choice, once the initial wave had moved through, about what to do with the experience. Whether to add to the genuine pain of loss the additional suffering of believing that what had been lost was irreplaceable in the deepest sense. Whether to treat the painful event as evidence that the world was malevolent, that fate was cruel, that you had been specifically and personally wronged by the universe. Or whether to feel the loss fully and honestly, and then slowly, without forcing it, to find your way back to the understanding that your capacity for reason and virtue remained. That what you had lost, however dear, was in the category of things that were never fully yours to keep. That the love you had given and received was real and was not diminished by its ending. They also described positive emotional states that were genuinely available to the wise person. Not suppressed versions of normal joy, but something they considered deeper and more stable. Joy without the anxiety of losing it. Wish rather than craving. Caution rather than fear. These were not cold states. They were warm ones, warmer in some ways than the volatile passions they replaced, because they did not carry within them the seeds of their own destruction. The Stoic emotional life, properly understood, was not emptied out. It was clarified, stripped of the false beliefs that generated suffering without corresponding truth. What remained was not nothing. It was everything that was genuinely there, seen without the distortion of mistaken judgment, feeling everything real, adding nothing false. What emotions do you carry that are built on beliefs you have never actually examined? And what might be left if you looked at them clearly enough to separate what is genuinely there from what you have added? Virtue as the only true good. Start with something you want, something real, something you actually want, and not something you think you should want, or something that sounds appropriately modest. A specific thing. More money, perhaps, a particular relationship, recognition for work you have done that has gone unnoticed, better health, a different body, a different city, a life that looks, from the outside, more like the life you imagined when you were young enough to imagine freely. Now, ask a simple question. Why do you want it? Because it will make you happy, probably. Because having it will produce a feeling of satisfaction or security or joy that you do not currently have. Because something in you believes, with a conviction that feels obvious and requires no examination, that life would be better with this thing in it than without it. The Stoics would not argue with that. They would simply ask you to keep going. If you had it and it made you happy, why would the happiness matter? Because being happy is good. And why is being happy good? Because, and here is where most people slow down, because it just is. Because happiness is self-evidently worth having. Because the question of why happiness is good feels like the kind of question that has no answer and needs none. The Stoics thought differently. They believed that almost everything human beings pursued as a good wealth, health, pleasure, fame, love, comfort, security was not actually good in the deepest sense, not bad either. They were careful about this. They did not say that money was evil, or that health didn't matter, or that love was an illusion. They said these things were preferred indifferents, things that a rational person would reasonably choose given the option, things that made the practical conditions of life easier or more pleasant, but not things that could, by themselves, constitute a genuinely good human life. Because all of them could be used well or badly, and the thing that determined whether they were used well or badly was something else. Something that was not itself a preferred indifferent, but was, in their precise philosophical language, the only genuine good, virtue. Specifically, the 4 cardinal virtues: wisdom, justice, courage, temperance. The inner qualities that determined how a person used everything else. A wealthy person with virtue used their wealth in ways that served others and expressed genuine values. A wealthy person without virtue used it in ways that expressed vanity and produced harm. The wealth itself was neither here nor there. What mattered was the character of the person holding it. This was not a small claim. The Stoics were saying that the entire landscape of things human beings spend their lives pursuing was, from the philosophical perspective, beside the point. That a person of complete virtue, who had nothing, no money, no health, no status, no comfort, had everything that genuinely mattered. That a person who had all those things without virtue had nothing that genuinely mattered, regardless of appearances. They knew this sounded extreme. Chrysippus wrote about it with the awareness that most people would find it difficult to accept. He used the image of a scale, On one side, all the preferred indifference, all the health and wealth and pleasure and comfort and love and recognition that the world could offer. On the other side, a single instance of genuine virtue, and the claim was that the scales did not balance. That virtue, as the only genuine good, outweighed everything on the other side, not by a large margin, but by a categorical difference. They were not even the same kind of thing. What made this more than abstract philosophy was the implication for daily life. If virtue was the only genuine good, then it was always available. You could not be prevented from accessing the only thing that truly mattered. No poverty, no illness, no political oppression, no personal loss could remove from you the capacity to respond to your circumstances with wisdom, with justice, with courage, with the proportionate engagement that temperance required. This was, to the Stoics, the most liberating idea imaginable, not because it made suffering painless, but because it located the source of genuine human value somewhere that could not be taxed or confiscated or taken by an emperor or eroded by time. Inside, entirely inside, irreducibly and permanently yours. If this were true, if virtue were genuinely the only thing that mattered, what would you stop worrying about? And what would you start paying attention to instead? How the Stoics thought about relationships and love. There is a fear that runs quietly underneath a certain kind of philosophical seriousness. The fear that thinking too carefully about human experience will somehow diminish it. That if you examine love closely enough, you will find the mechanism inside it, and the mechanism will be less beautiful than the feeling was before you looked. That philosophy, applied to the intimate things, strips them of what made them worth having. The Stoics knew this fear existed, and their answer to it was not to avoid the examination. It was to examine so carefully and so honestly that what emerged on the other side was not a diminished version of love, but a clearer one. Not smaller, more honest. They began with the concept they called oikoiosis, a Greek word without a clean English equivalent, something like belonging or affinity, or the natural orientation of a creature toward what is its own. The Stoics believed that all living things had a natural impulse toward self-preservation, toward caring for themselves and their own continuation. And that in human beings, this impulse did not stop at the boundary of the self. It extended outward, first to family, then to friends, then to community, then in principle to all of humanity. They described this as concentric circles, you at the center. Then the people closest to you, parents, children, partners, intimate friends. Then the wider circles of community and society. Then, at the outermost ring, all rational creatures everywhere. The Stoic project was not to eliminate the inner circles, not to love everyone with exactly the same intensity, regardless of relationship. It was to gradually extend the sense of genuine care outward, so that the boundary between who counted and who didn't became increasingly porous. Marcus wrote about this in the Meditations with characteristic directness. He reminded himself that the people who frustrated him most, the difficult colleagues, the people who had wronged him, the ones who seemed to act from pure self-interest without any apparent concern for others, were still rational creatures, still members of the community of reason that the Logos connected. Still, in some fundamental sense, his. Not his property, his in the way that another person can be yours when you recognize the thing you share. But what about the intimate loves? What about the specific, particular, irreplaceable love for a specific person? The Stoics were careful here, and sometimes misunderstood. They did not say, "Do not love deeply." They did not counsel emotional distance or the studied indifference that the folk version of Stoicism suggests. What they said was more precise and more demanding than indifference. They said, "Love fully, and hold the person you love with open hands." Epictetus used an image that has stayed in philosophical memory for 2,000 years. "When you kiss your child good night," he said, "whisper to yourself that this is a mortal child." Not as a way of poisoning the moment. Not to introduce grief into what should be tenderness, but as a way of staying honest about the nature of what you have. The love is real, the child is real, and the child, like everything you love, belongs ultimately not to you but to the universe that lent them to you. This sounds cold, written plainly like that. It does not feel cold in practice. What it produces, in the person who actually lives it, is not emotional distance, but a particular quality of presence. The parent who knows, not abstractly but felt deeply, that the child will not always be there, tends to be more attentive to the child who is here now, tends to let the ordinary evening be remarkable, tends not to postpone the full experience of loving until some more convenient time. The Stoics were not asking you to love less. They were asking you to love without the possessiveness that turns love into anxiety, without the grasping quality that treats another person as something you have secured rather than something the universe has temporarily placed in your life, without the particular suffering that comes from believing that your happiness depends entirely on this specific person remaining in a specific relationship with you indefinitely. That kind of love, open, full, honest about impermanence, is harder than the possessive kind. It requires more of you. But it also, the Stoics believed, survives things that possessive love cannot survive. It can hold grief without being destroyed by it. It can accommodate change without collapsing. It can look at the full reality of another person, including the reality that they are mortal and temporary and entirely their own, and love them anyway, not despite the impermanence, with full knowledge of it. What would it feel like to love someone completely while holding them with open hands? And is that a colder love or a more honest one? The Stoic approach to grief. Grief arrives the way it wants to, not when you are ready for it, not in the form you anticipated, not with the consideration for your current circumstances that you might have hoped for. It arrives at the worst times and in unexpected shapes, and it does not particularly care what else you had planned for the day. It sits down in the middle of everything, and it does not move until it is ready. The Stoics knew this, and unlike the popular misreading of their philosophy would suggest, they did not tell you to stand up straight and feel nothing. They did not offer the brittle composure of someone who has decided that sadness is a weakness to be overcome rather than a truth to be honored. What they offered was something harder to describe and more genuinely useful. Crantor of Soli was not a Stoic, strictly speaking, but he wrote the ancient world's first known philosophical work on grief, and his thinking ran through the tradition that followed. He said something that the Stoics built upon carefully, that grief was natural, that the person who felt nothing at the loss of someone they loved was not displaying virtue. They were displaying a poverty of attachment that was its own kind of failure. The capacity to grieve was the same capacity as the capacity to love. You could not have one without the other. The person who had never loved deeply would never grieve deeply, and that was not a philosophical achievement. It was a diminishment. Seneca lost friends throughout his life to the political violence of Nero's Rome. He lost his father. He lost his years to exile. He wrote about grief with a directness that came from genuine experience rather than philosophical abstraction. And what he said was not, "Do not feel this." What he said was closer to, "Feel it honestly," without adding to it the additional suffering that comes from resisting it, and without performing it beyond what is genuinely there. He made a distinction that is quietly important between grief and what he called excessive grief. Not a judgment about how much feeling was permissible, not a calculation of the appropriate number of days before you were expected to recover. Something more subtle than that. The observation that grief, when it was honest and proportionate to the loss, was something a person moved through, that it had a natural motion to it, a process, and that what interrupted that natural motion was not the feeling itself, but certain thoughts that attached to the feeling and prolonged it past what it naturally was. Thoughts like, "This should not have happened." Thoughts like, "The world is wrong for having allowed this." Thoughts like, "I cannot survive this. I will not survive this. Nothing will ever be bearable again." The Stoics did not say those thoughts were bad or weak. They said they were false, and that it was the false additions to genuine grief, the resistance, the argument with reality, the refusal to accept what had already happened, that turned a natural and survivable process into something that could genuinely consume a person. Marcus lost people throughout his reign, children several of them, in a time when child mortality was an ordinary horror rather than an exceptional one. He lost friends and advisers and the people whose judgment he trusted. He wrote about grief in the Meditations, not from a place of philosophical distance, but from inside it. His instructions to himself were not cold. They were the instructions of someone who knew how grief felt and was trying to find a way to hold it that did not destroy what remained. "Remember," he wrote to himself, "that they were mortal, that you knew this, that the love you had was not contingent on permanence and does not require permanence to have been real, that what was given to you, even briefly, was genuinely given, that the loss does not undo the gift." Epictetus said something that stays. He said that when you grieve, you are not weeping for the person who is gone. They are gone, and nothing reaches them now. You are weeping for yourself, for your relationship to them, for the space they occupied in your life that is now empty, and that this is honest and real and should be acknowledged without shame. But it should also, eventually, be examined, because inside the grief, if you look carefully, is a belief about what you have lost. And the Stoics believed that what you had lost was not everything you thought you had lost. You had lost the external relationship, yes. The physical presence, the few conversations, the ordinary comforts of their being in the world alongside you. Those were real losses. But what you had learned from them, what they had changed in you, who you had become in relation to them that was not gone, that moved forward with you. That was yours in a way that death, for all its thoroughness, could not entirely reach. The Stoics did not make grief smaller. They tried to make the person inside the grief large enough to hold it without being only it, large enough to let it be what it was, and then, when it was ready, and not before, to let it move. Is there a grief you are holding that you have mixed with something false? And what would remain if you could feel only what was genuinely there? Cosmopolitanism. Every human being as a fellow citizen. There is a border somewhere near you right now. You might not be able to see it, but it is there. A line drawn in the ground, or across water, or through the middle of a city that determines who belongs and who does not, who has rights and who must ask permission, who is one of us and who is, in some legally and socially consequential sense, something else. Human beings have been drawing these lines since before recorded history. The lines change, borders shift, nations rise and dissolve. The definitions of who counts as a full member of the community have expanded and contracted across centuries in ways that looked obvious to people living inside them and often look disturbing to people looking back. But the impulse to draw them has been remarkably constant. The sense that the circle of genuine belonging has a boundary, that there are people inside it and people outside it, and that the distinction matters in some fundamental way. Zeno drew a different kind of line, or rather, he refused to draw one at all. From the very beginning of the Stoic tradition, there was a claim embedded in the philosophy that was quietly radical. If the logos, that rational fire, ran through all human beings without exception, then all human beings shared in the same essential nature, not approximately, not almost, exactly the same. The capacity for reason, for virtue, for genuine moral understanding was not distributed according to nationality or birth or social status or any of the categories human societies used to determine who mattered and who mattered less. This meant something specific. It meant that every human being was, in the deepest available sense, your fellow citizen. Not metaphorically, not in the sentimental way that people sometimes say we are all one human family, while still drawing very clear distinctions between the people whose suffering concerns them and the people whose suffering they have learned not to think about too much. The Stoics meant it with philosophical precision. The community that actually mattered was not the city-state, not the empire, not the nation. It was the community of rational creatures, the cosmopolis, the world city. Diogenes the Cynic, who influenced Zeno directly, said when asked where he was from, that he was a citizen of the world. The Stoics took this seriously as a philosophical position rather than a provocative gesture. They developed it into a systematic account of what human beings owed one another simply by virtue of being human. Marcus Aurelius returned to this idea constantly in the Meditations, and it is worth sitting with the fact that the most powerful man in the Roman world, a world organized entirely around hierarchies of citizenship and status and legal personhood, kept reminding himself privately that the person of lowest status had the same essential nature as himself, that the logos running through a slave was the same logos running through an emperor, that the appropriate response to another person, any person, was not determined by their position in the Roman hierarchy, but by the simple fact of their rationality. He did not always live up to this. No one did. The cosmopolitan idea existed in permanent tension with the actual institutions of the ancient world, which the Stoics inhabited without dismantling. But the tension was there. The philosophy kept pulling against the institutions, kept insisting on something the institutions denied, kept refusing to accept that the lines drawn in the ground corresponded to anything real in the deeper structure of what human beings were. What makes Stoic cosmopolitanism different from simple idealism is the reason behind it. It is not an emotional claim, not the feeling that we should all get along, or that conflict is unpleasant, or that it would be nicer if people were kinder to each other. It is a philosophical claim grounded in a specific view of human nature. That reason is what we are, at the deepest level. That reason is universal, that what is universal cannot, without contradiction, be divided into those who count and those who don't. The Stoics asked what it would mean to actually live as a citizen of the world, to feel the pull of obligation, not just towards the people who share your passport or your language or your history, but toward any rational creature, anywhere, who was suffering in ways that your action could address. to hold the circle of genuine concern as wide as the circle of shared nature. Most people find this genuinely difficult, not because they are selfish, but because the circle of natural concern has limits that feel real and that are real in certain ways. You cannot grieve equally for everyone. You cannot feel the suffering of a stranger in the same register as the suffering of someone you love. The Stoics knew this. They were not asking for the abolition of particular loves in favor of a diffuse and therefore costless universal benevolence. They were asking for something more specific, that when you encountered another human being, any human being, anywhere, in any condition, you recognized in them something that made arbitrary cruelty impossible to justify. Something that made genuine indifference to their suffering a philosophical contradiction, not just an ethical failure. A citizen of the world does not ask where you are from before deciding whether you matter. Where did you learn where the boundary of your concern was? And does it correspond to anything real, or only to something inherited? The decline of the ancient Stoic school. Every living thing has a season, not as a comfort, not as a philosophical consolation offered to soften the fact of ending, but as a simple description of how things actually work. The tree that seemed permanent was always temporary. The institution that looked inevitable was always contingent. The movement of ideas through human history follows the same pattern. Things begin, develop, reach some kind of fullness, and then, through processes that are rarely dramatic and almost never clean, they change into something else, or they diminish, or they stop. The ancient Stoic school stopped. Not suddenly. Not through a single catastrophic event that you could point to and say, there, that is where it ended. The decline of institutional Stoicism was a slow process, spread across centuries, driven by a combination of forces that were political, cultural, intellectual, and simply the accumulated weight of time passing over something that had been built by human hands in a specific historical moment. The school in Athens, the tradition that traced itself directly back to Zeno, standing at the Stoa Poikile, through Cleanthes and Chrysippus, and the succession of scholars who had maintained it, effectively ceased to function as a living institution sometime in the 3rd century CE. The exact moment is hard to identify because institutional decline rarely announces itself. It happens in the diminishing attendance at lectures, in the failure to find a successor of sufficient quality, in the gradual redirection of patronage and attention toward other things. Rome had adopted Stoicism so thoroughly that in some ways the philosophy's Roman success contributed to the Greek school's decline. The center of gravity shifted. What had been a living Greek tradition became, in its most vital expressions, a Roman practice. Seneca and Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius were not members of the Athenian school. They were Romans and provincials who had absorbed Stoic ideas through texts and teachers and the intellectual culture of the empire, and who developed those ideas in their own contexts for their own purposes. The school as an institution became less necessary as the philosophy became more diffuse and more embedded in the broader culture. The political transformations of the Roman Empire also played a role. The 3rd century CE was a period of extraordinary instability, a succession of short-lived emperors, military crisis, economic disruption, and the kind of general upheaval that tends to redirect human energy from philosophical cultivation toward immediate survival. The infrastructure that supported philosophical schools, the patronage, the leisure, the relative security needed for sustained intellectual work became harder to maintain. And then there was Christianity, the rise of Christianity as the dominant intellectual and spiritual force in the late Roman world did not immediately destroy Stoicism. There were significant overlaps between Stoic and early Christian thought. The emphasis on virtue, the concern for the inner life, the idea of a rational principle underlying the universe, the cosmopolitan extension of moral concern to all human beings. Some early Christian thinkers engaged seriously with Stoicism, borrowing from it and arguing with it in ways that kept the ideas alive even as the institutional school faded. But Christianity offered something Stoicism did not, or rather, something Stoicism could not, given its commitments. Christianity offered community in the deep sense, ritual, the comfort of a personal divine relationship, the promise of redemption and continuation beyond death. For people living through the instabilities of the late Roman world, these were not small things. The Stoic sage, who faced suffering with equanimity through the power of reason alone, was an admirable figure. But the Christian believer who faced suffering as part of a story with a redemptive arc, held within a community of others who shared that story, was perhaps a more sustaining one for more people under more conditions. Stoicism did not disappear. It became embedded. In Christian ethical thinking, in the intellectual traditions that persisted through the medieval period in fragmentary forms, in the texts that survived precisely because they were useful to people with different beliefs who nonetheless recognized in them something true. The school ended. The ideas found other containers and kept moving. Is it the institution that matters, or what the institution was carrying? And does something have to survive intact to have genuinely survived? Stoicism in the early Christian world, the unexpected overlap. History rarely moves in straight lines. It moves in the way that water moves through complicated terrain, finding unexpected paths, pooling in surprising places, crossing boundaries that seemed designed to keep it out. Ideas move the same way. They do not respect the borders that later historians draw between schools of thought or eras or religious traditions. They seep through. They find the cracks. They show up, sometimes unannounced and sometimes unacknowledged, inside systems that would seem at first glance to have no room for them. Stoicism showed up inside early Christianity. This surprises people who have absorbed the picture of ancient history as a clean competition between clearly defined worldviews. Greek philosophy on one side, Jewish tradition on another, the emerging Christian movement on a third, each hermetically sealed, each developing in isolation from the others. But that is not how the ancient Mediterranean world actually worked. It was a densely connected world, intellectually and commercially and culturally. Ideas traveled with merchants and soldiers and missionaries and refugees. A serious thinker in Alexandria in the 2nd century CE was reading across traditions in ways that would be recognizable to any modern intellectual working in a globalized academic world. Paul of Tarsus, whose letters constitute some of the earliest Christian texts that survive, wrote in Greek and thought in categories shaped by the Greek philosophical world he had grown up inside. When he wrote to the Philippians about thinking on things that were true and honorable and just and pure, he was using a framework of moral attention that any educated Stoic of his time would have found immediately recognizable. When he wrote about being content in all circumstances, having learned to be abased and to abound, the Stoic resonance was not accidental. He was a man formed by a world in which Stoic ideas were the common intellectual currency of educated Greek speakers everywhere. The overlap ran deeper than borrowed vocabulary. Both Stoicism and early Christianity took seriously the inner life as the primary site of moral and spiritual significance. Both were suspicious of the pursuit of wealth and status as ends in themselves. Both believed that the moral community extended beyond the conventional boundaries of family and tribe and nation. Both had a concept of a rational principle underlying the universe, though they described it very differently. The Stoic logos and the Christian word were not identical, but they rhymed in ways that thinkers on both sides noticed and found interesting. Justin Martyr, one of the early Christian apologists writing in the 2nd century CE, made the connection explicit. He argued that the logos, the rational principle the Stoics described as running through all things, was the same as the divine word of Christian theology. That Stoic philosophers, who had lived and thought before the time of Christ, had been, in some sense, living according to a truth they had partially glimpsed without fully seeing. He called them Christians before Christianity. Clement of Alexandria, writing slightly later, went further. He saw Greek philosophy, including Stoicism, as a kind of preparation, a path that genuine seekers had followed as far as it could take them, arriving at truths that pointed toward what Christianity, in his view, completed. He did not dismiss Stoicism. He incorporated it, carefully and selectively, into a Christian intellectual framework that was capacious enough to hold it. The Stoic concept of natural law, the idea that reason revealed a universal moral order accessible to all human beings regardless of their particular cultural or religious tradition, moved into Christian theology and became one of its most durable intellectual inheritances. The medieval church would develop this into elaborate philosophical systems, but the seed was planted in those early centuries of unexpected conversation between a dying philosophical school and a rising religious movement. Not everything transferred cleanly. The Stoic sage, who achieved virtue through the power of unaided human reason, sat uneasily alongside the Christian emphasis on grace, on the insufficiency of human effort alone, on the need for divine assistance in the project of becoming good. The Stoic cosmos, rational and impersonal, was different in important ways from the personal God of Christian theology. The Stoic attitude toward death, met with equanimity through philosophical preparation, was different from the Christian hope of resurrection, but the differences existed within a broader conversation. Two serious attempts to answer the same questions. How should a human being live? What is the relationship between the individual and the larger order they inhabit? What survives the worst that the world can do to you? The answers were not identical, but they were recognizably responses to the same darkness. What does it mean when two traditions that seem opposed find themselves, in their most honest moments, asking exactly the same questions? The long silence. How Stoicism was nearly forgotten. There is a particular kind of absence that is different from simple non-existence, a silence that carries within it the faint outline of what used to be there. The way a room feels different after someone who occupied it for years has gone. The way a landscape holds the shape of a river that has changed course. The thing is no longer present, but the space where it was has a different quality than the space that was never filled. That is what happened to Stoicism between roughly the 5th century CE and the Renaissance. Not pure erasure, something quieter and in some ways more unsettling. A long, deep silence in which the ideas did not entirely disappear, but became inaccessible to almost everyone. Buried under centuries of changed priorities and lost manuscripts, and the slow reorganization of an entire civilization around a different set of questions. The fall of the Western Roman Empire in the 5th century CE was not a single event. It was a gradual unraveling, a process of fragmentation and transformation that took place over generations and looked different depending on where you were standing inside it. But its intellectual consequences were significant and lasting. The networks of trade and communication that had allowed ideas to move freely across the Mediterranean world contracted. The institutions, the schools, the libraries, the patterns of patronage that had sustained serious intellectual work deteriorated or disappeared or transformed into something unrecognizable. Latin continued as the language of the Church and of intellectual life in the West. But Greek, the language in which almost all the original Stoic texts had been written, became increasingly inaccessible to Western scholars. The most important Stoic sources, the works of Chrysippus, the full discourses of Epictetus, the writings of the early Greek school, existed in a language that fewer and fewer people in Western Europe could read. They were present in Byzantine libraries in the East, where Greek learning survived more continuously. But the West, where the intellectual culture of the coming medieval centuries would largely develop, had effectively lost direct access to them. What survived in the West was partial and filtered. Cicero's philosophical works, written in Latin, preserved significant amounts of Stoic thought, though always mediated through Cicero's own complicated relationship with the tradition. Seneca's letters and essays survived and were read throughout the medieval period. The Church found in Seneca a moral seriousness and a concern with the inner life that felt compatible with Christian values. A possibly fabricated correspondence between Seneca and the Apostle Paul circulated widely, an attempt by later writers to claim Seneca for the Christian tradition that said something true about how the overlap was perceived, even if the letters themselves were not genuine. Boethius, writing in the early 6th century while awaiting execution after a political fall, produced The Consolation of Philosophy, a text deeply shaped by Stoic ideas, though he did not identify them explicitly as such. It became one of the most widely read books of the medieval period. Stoic thought was present in the medieval world, but it was present the way a river is present underground, flowing, unseen. Shaping the terrain above it without being visible from the surface, the medieval Christian intellectual world was not hostile to all philosophy. It engaged seriously with Aristotle, recovered through Arabic translation and commentary. It developed elaborate philosophical systems of its own. But Stoicism, as a named and recognized tradition, as a coherent school of thought with its own history and texts and specific claims, was largely absent from the mainstream of medieval intellectual life for centuries. People were living stoically, in certain ways, without knowing what to call it. The emphasis on virtue over circumstance, the concern with the inner life as the primary site of moral significance, the suspicion of excessive attachment to external goods. These themes ran through monastic spirituality and Christian ethical thought in ways that owed more to Stoicism than most of the people carrying them forward realized. The ideas were alive, the name was lost, the lineage was invisible. And then, slowly, in the centuries that would become the Renaissance, something began to shift. Manuscripts that had been sitting in monastery libraries or Byzantine collections began to circulate. Scholars who could read Greek began to produce Latin translations of texts that the West had not had direct access to for 1,000 years. Epictetus came back. The full range of what Stoicism had actually been, as distinct from the filtered fragments that had survived, became visible again for the first time in centuries. The silence was breaking. What does it mean that the ideas had to almost disappear before they could be truly rediscovered? And does something need to be lost before its value becomes fully visible? The Renaissance rediscovery of Stoic texts. There is a particular feeling that comes from finding something you did not know was lost. Not the feeling of recovering something you personally misplaced, the relief of locating keys or a document you needed. Something stranger than that. The feeling of reaching into a corner of the past and pulling out a mind that had been waiting there, patient and unchanged, while centuries moved overhead without noticing it. The Renaissance was full of that feeling. It was an era defined, more than almost any other in Western history, by the experience of rediscovery, by the peculiar intellectual electricity generated when scholars trained in one world reached back into an older one and found, preserved in manuscripts and fragments, and the careful maintenance of copyists whose names had mostly been forgotten, ideas that the intervening centuries had buried without quite managing to destroy. Stoicism was not the only thing they found. The Renaissance recovery of classical texts was vast and various. Plato, Aristotle, the Roman historians, the Greek dramatists, the medical writers, the mathematicians. The intellectual horizon of the educated European expanded dramatically within a few generations, as texts that had been inaccessible or unknown for centuries became available again in forms that could be read, copied, printed, and argued over. But Stoicism occupied a particular place in this recovery, because what the Renaissance scholars found when they reached the Stoic texts was not merely historical curiosity. They found something that addressed, with unusual directness and clarity, the specific anxieties of their own moment. The 15th and 16th centuries were not stable. The fall of Constantinople in 1453, which sent Greek scholars and Greek manuscripts westward into Italy, was itself a catastrophe. The political landscape of Europe was fractured and violent. The Church, which had provided the dominant intellectual and spiritual framework for 1,000 years, was under pressure that would eventually produce the Reformation. The old certainties were loosening. The people living inside this moment needed ways of thinking about how to maintain integrity and purpose under conditions of radical uncertainty. The Stoics had thought about exactly that. They had developed their philosophy inside the unstable, dangerous world of Hellenistic and Roman civilization, under emperors who could destroy you at a word, in political conditions that made principled action genuinely costly. Their answers to the question of how to live well when the world was unreliable resonated across the centuries with an immediacy that surprised the people encountering them. Petrarch, the 14th century Italian scholar often described as an early humanist, had engaged seriously with Seneca and Cicero long before the main wave of manuscript recovery. He found in their moral writing a seriousness and a humanity that he felt had been lost in the arid scholasticism of medieval philosophy. He carried their letters with him. He wrote about them as if they were contemporaries whose company he genuinely valued. Then the manuscripts began to arrive in greater quantities. Greek scholars fleeing the Ottoman conquest of Constantinople brought texts with them. Humanist scholars in Italy and beyond began the painstaking work of collating manuscripts, establishing reliable texts, and producing Latin translations that made Greek originals accessible to readers who could not work directly with Greek. Epictetus came back to the West in full. The complete discourses, not just the summary Enchiridion, became available to readers who had only had fragments or second-hand accounts. Marcus Aurelius's Meditations began to circulate. The full range of what Stoicism had been, not just the filtered version that had survived through Cicero and Seneca and the Church's selective preservation, but the actual substance of the tradition in its own voice, became visible to European readers for the first time in 1,000 years. What they found was not what they expected. The popular image of Stoicism in the medieval period, where it survived at all, was of a cold and rigid philosophy of emotional suppression. What the texts actually showed was a tradition of remarkable warmth and psychological sophistication, a philosophy deeply concerned with the ordinary textures of daily life, with friendship and grief and the management of anger and the challenge of maintaining integrity inside corrupt institutions. With exactly the human situations that the people reading them in the 15th and 16th centuries were living inside. The printing press, arriving in the middle of this recovery, transformed what might have remained an elite scholarly rediscovery into something much wider. Texts that had previously existed in single manuscripts, accessible only to those who could travel to the library that held them, could now be reproduced in hundreds or thousands of copies and distributed across the continent. Stoic ideas moved from the monastery library into the study of the educated merchant, the cabinet of the statesman, the bedside table of the person who simply found, in a recently printed Latin translation, something that felt true about the life they were actually living. The silence had lasted 1,000 years. The ideas had survived it. What does it say about an idea that it can wait a millennium and still be immediately recognizable when someone finally picks it up again? Neo-Stoicism. Justus Lipsius and the 16th century revival. Every revival is also a translation, not just in the linguistic sense, though that is part of it, a translation in the deeper sense. The work of taking something that was shaped by one set of circumstances and asking what it means, what it requires, what it actually looks like when transplanted into a completely different set of circumstances. The ideas do not arrive unchanged. They cannot. They pass through the minds and the needs and the specific pressures of the people receiving them, and what emerges on the other side is related to the original, but is also, inevitably, something new. Justus Lipsius was that kind of translator. He was born in 1547 in Overijse, a small town in what is now Belgium, into a Europe that was tearing itself apart. The Reformation had fractured Western Christianity into competing confessions that were not merely disagreeing about theology, but fighting wars over it. The Dutch revolt against Spanish Habsburg rule was producing sustained, grinding violence across the Low Countries. Cities were sacked, populations were displaced. The religious and political certainties that had structured European life for centuries were dissolving into a conflict that seemed to have no end and no clear principle by which it might be resolved. Into this world, Lipsius brought the Stoics. He was, by any measure, one of the great classical scholars of his era. His editions of Tacitus and Seneca became the standard scholarly texts for generations. His command of Latin was considered among the finest of his time. He was not merely reading the ancient sources. He was rebuilding them from the ground up, collating manuscripts, establishing reliable texts, producing commentaries that made the originals genuinely accessible to readers across Europe. But his most significant contribution was not editorial, it was philosophical. In 1584, he published a work called De Constantia on Constancy. It was written as a dialogue, a literary form inherited from Plato, in which a character representing Lipsius himself was guided through a philosophical conversation about how to endure the calamities of the age, how to maintain integrity and equanimity when the world outside had become genuinely, persistently terrible, when the violence was not an interruption of ordinary life, but had become ordinary life itself. His answer was Stoic, but it was a Stoicism carefully modified for a Christian Europe that could not simply adopt ancient pagan philosophy wholesale. Lipsius performed what scholars would later call the Christianization of Stoicism. He retained the core Stoic insight that the inner life was sovereign, that virtue was independent of circumstance, that the disciplined mind could maintain itself under conditions that destroyed everything else. But he reframed the Stoic concept of providence, the rational order underlying events in terms compatible with Christian theology, The Logos became God's will. Fate became divine plan. The rational universe of the Stoics became the creation of a personal God who intended it for reasons that might be inscrutable but were ultimately good. This was not simple appropriation. Lipsius was aware of the tensions between Stoic and Christian thought. He worked through them carefully, acknowledging the points of genuine incompatibility, while arguing that the Stoic practical philosophy, the daily disciplines, the management of the inner life, the cultivation of constancy under pressure, was not only compatible with Christianity, but could be understood as supported and deepened by it. The result was something genuinely new, Neo-Stoicism, not ancient Stoicism restored intact, not Christianity with a few borrowed phrases, a synthesis shaped by a specific historical crisis, by the specific needs of people living through sustained religious and political violence, by the judgment of a scholar who had read the ancient sources more carefully than almost anyone alive, and had decided that what they contained was not merely historically interesting, but urgently, practically necessary. De Constantia spread across Europe with remarkable speed. It was translated into French, German, English, Polish, and other languages within decades of its publication. It found readers everywhere that the violence of the religious wars had reached, which was most of Europe. The message it carried was exactly what exhausted, frightened, morally disoriented people needed to hear, that there was something inside them that the war could not touch, that the capacity to act with integrity in terrible circumstances was not destroyed by terrible circumstances. That constancy was not a gift given to some people and withheld from others, but a practice available to anyone willing to undertake it. Lipsius himself was not a model of Stoic constancy in his personal life. He changed his religious affiliation multiple times as political circumstances shifted, moving between Lutheranism and Calvinism and Catholicism in ways that his contemporaries noticed and criticized. He was accused of opportunism. He probably was, to some degree, opportunistic. He was also a man trying to survive in a world where the wrong religious affiliation could get you killed, and the compromises he made were the compromises of someone who understood what the alternatives actually were. He was, in other words, another Seneca, writing beautifully about constancy while navigating the specific pressures of an actual life in an actual dangerous world. The gap between the philosophy and the life was visible and was noticed, and yet the philosophy was not false. The gap did not make De Constantia less true, it made it more human, written not from a position of achieved perfection, but from inside the same struggle it was trying to address. The revival he produced reached beyond Neo-Stoicism as a named movement. It shaped the ethical thinking of the 17th century, influenced the development of natural law theory, and moved into political philosophy in ways that are still visible in how modern liberal thought conceives of individual rights and the relationship between the person and the state. A man trying to survive religious war in the Low Countries reached back to a man who had died before Christ was born and pulled forward something that helped an entire continent find its footing. What does it mean that the answer to modern violence was found in ancient wisdom? And is it the wisdom that travels, or the unchanging nature of the suffering it was designed to address? Stoic influence on the founding fathers of America. There is a document that changed the world, a few pages of careful argument, written under enormous pressure in the summer of 1776, by men who knew that what they were doing was either the beginning of something new in human history or the last act before their own executions. It speaks about self-evident truths, about rights that belong to human beings, not because any government granted them, but because of something more fundamental than government, about the possibility of building a political order on the basis of reason and principle rather than tradition and inheritance. The ideas did not come from nowhere. The men who wrote the founding documents of the United States were, to an unusual degree for political actors, serious readers. They read widely and they read carefully, and the ancient world was present in their reading in ways that shaped how they thought about power and virtue and the relationship between the individual and the state. Stoicism was not the only influence on the American founding, but it was a deep one, running through the intellectual formation of several of the most significant figures in ways that are visible if you know what to look for. George Washington is perhaps the most striking example, not because he left behind the most philosophical writing, but because of what he did with the ideas he had absorbed. He was obsessed from a young age with Cato the Younger, the Roman senator who had opposed Julius Caesar's seizure of power and, when it became clear that the Republic could not be saved, chose death over accommodation with tyranny. There was a play about Cato, written by Joseph Addison in 1713, that Washington had performed for his troops at Valley Forge during one of the darkest winters of the Revolutionary War. Soldiers who were cold and hungry and considering desertion watched a Roman Stoic choose death over compromise with power. Washington chose that play deliberately. He understood what he was doing. He was holding up a mirror made of ancient example and asking his men to see themselves in it, to understand what they were being asked to be. His entire public life was shaped by a Stoic understanding of duty. He did not want to be commander of the Continental Army. He did not want to be president. He returned to power when called, not because he sought it, but because the situation required someone with his reputation and capacity. And he could not in conscience refuse. He gave up power voluntarily, twice, at moments when he could have held it indefinitely. The precedent he set by walking away was not a small thing. In a world full of men who had built republics only to become their tyrants, Washington's refusal to do so was an act with consequences that lasted centuries. He had internalized the Stoic understanding that virtue was its own justification, that the man who held power correctly did not need it, and the man who needed it would not hold it correctly. Thomas Jefferson read the Stoics directly and seriously. He kept a collection of Stoic moral writings, organized them, returned to them throughout his life. He described Epictetus as one of his most important moral teachers. The Jeffersonian emphasis on natural rights that existed prior to and independent of any government, grounded in the nature of rational creatures, carried within it the Stoic cosmopolitan claim that reason was the universal property of all human beings and the source of a moral community that no political boundary could legitimately supersede. The declaration's self-evident truths were self-evident in a specific philosophical sense. They were truths accessible to any rational mind, anywhere, regardless of culture or tradition or political arrangement. That was a Stoic idea, the universality of reason producing the universality of rights. John Adams read Cicero carefully, and through Cicero absorbed the Stoic tradition that Cicero had transmitted into Latin. His emphasis on the rule of law, on the importance of institutions that could constrain the passions of individual actors, on the danger of allowing any single person or faction to accumulate unchecked power, these were themes with deep Stoic roots. The Republic, properly constructed, was a system designed to compensate for the fact that even virtuous people were not always virtuous, that the institutions had to carry some of the weight that individual character could not always be trusted to carry alone. Benjamin Franklin is perhaps the most interesting case because he was the least conventionally philosophical of the founders, and yet in some ways the most practically Stoic. his project of moral self-improvement, the famous list of virtues he worked through systematically, tracking his progress, identifying his failures, returning daily to the project of becoming better, was Stoic in structure, even if he did not label it as such. The idea that character was not fixed, that it could be developed through deliberate practice, that the work of becoming a better person was ongoing and never finished, was something Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius would have recognized immediately. What united these men, across their considerable differences in temperament and political philosophy, was a view of public life shaped by Stoic values. The idea that virtue was the essential qualification for public trust, that the person who governed had to have demonstrated the capacity to govern themselves. That power was a duty, not a reward. That the Republic depended not just on good laws, but on the character of the people who administered them. This was not naive idealism. The founders were sophisticated and often cynical about human nature. They knew that even people who believed themselves virtuous were capable of self-deception and corruption. They built institutions precisely because they did not trust individuals, including themselves, to always do the right thing. But the institutions were built by people who had a specific idea of what the right thing was, and that idea had been shaped, in significant ways, by men who had stood in a covered walkway in Athens 2,000 years before and asked what a human being owed to the rational order they inhabited. The republic they built was imperfect in ways they knew and in ways they did not know. It excluded from its promises of universal rational dignity the very people whose enslaved labor made the founding generation's philosophical leisure possible. The gap between the Stoic cosmopolitan ideal and the actual practice of the new nation was not incidental or accidental. It was a founding contradiction, present from the beginning, that the nation is still working through. But the ideal was there, written into the founding documents, available to be claimed by those it had initially excluded, and eventually, imperfectly, partially claimed. What does it mean that the most powerful democracy in human history was partly built on ideas from a covered walkway in ancient Athens? And what does it mean that the ideals arrived before the will to fully live them? Stoicism and the Psychology of Viktor Frankl. There are moments in history that test ideas the way nothing else can. Not the measured test of philosophical debate, where the stakes are intellectual and the consequences of being wrong are limited to embarrassment or a lost argument. The test of extreme conditions, of circumstances so stripped of ordinary comfort and ordinary hope that the only thing left to examine is whether the idea holds when everything else has been removed. Viktor Frankl was a Viennese psychiatrist, Jewish, arrested in 1942 and deported to the Nazi concentration camp system. He survived Auschwitz and 3 other camps. His wife, his parents, and his brother did not survive. He entered the camps as a trained psychologist with a developing set of ideas about human motivation and meaning. He emerged with those ideas tested in the most extreme conditions the 20th century produced. He had read the Stoics before the war. He knew Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius. He had absorbed the core Stoic insight that the relationship between external events and internal response was not automatic, that something existed between what happened to a person and how they responded to it. A space. Small, sometimes almost imperceptibly small, but real. And in that space lived something the camps could not reach. He wrote about this in Man's Search for Meaning, the book he produced after the war that became one of the most widely read books of the 20th century. He described watching people in the camps make choices that, in conventional terms, made no practical sense. people who gave away their last piece of bread to someone who seemed more desperate, people who maintained a kind of inner dignity that the guards could humiliate but could not finally destroy, people who found, in the most impossible circumstances imaginable, reasons to keep going, and he watched people who did not, who collapsed not always because their physical conditions were worse, but because the inner structure gave way first, because they could find no reason, no meaning, no point to the next hour that made the suffering of that hour worth bearing. What distinguished the two groups was not strength in the conventional sense, not toughness or resilience as simple personality traits. What distinguished them, Frankl came to believe, was meaning. The person who had something to live for, a person waiting for them, a work unfinished, a commitment not yet met, could bear almost anyhow. The person who had lost all sense of why could not bear even bearable conditions. This was Stoic in its deep structure, even when Frankl did not label it as such. The Stoic claim that the inner life was sovereign over external circumstance was not, for Frankl, a philosophical position to be argued about in comfortable rooms. It was an observation he had made in the most uncomfortable rooms imaginable, watching it prove true in some people and fail in others, trying to understand the conditions under which it held and the conditions under which it broke. He developed from this experience a form of psychotherapy he called logotherapy. From the Greek logos, the same word the Stoics had used for the rational principle underlying the universe. Logotherapy was the therapy of meaning, the therapeutic work of helping a person find or recover a sense of purpose adequate to the suffering they were enduring. He was explicit about the Stoic inheritance. He quoted Epictetus directly in his clinical work. He described the space between stimulus and response, that tiny gap the Stoics had called the discipline of assent, as the fundamental site of human freedom, the place where, regardless of what had been taken from you, something remained that was genuinely yours. But Frankl also diverged from classical Stoicism in ways that are worth understanding. The Stoics, at their most systematic, emphasized reason as the primary faculty through which the inner life maintained itself. The sage who had perfected reason was in theory proof against any external circumstance. Frankl was more interested in meaning than in reason. He observed that meaning was not always rational in the philosophical sense. It was sometimes emotional, relational, creative, spiritual. A person could find meaning in suffering itself, not because suffering was good, but because the choice of how to bear it was an act of self-definition that nothing could prevent. He also brought a clinical humility that the ancient Stoics, working in a philosophical rather than therapeutic context, did not always demonstrate. He knew that some people broke. He did not judge them for it. He was trying to understand what made the difference, not to establish a hierarchy of virtue. His concern was not philosophical perfection, but practical survival. What works for actual human beings in actual conditions of extreme suffering? The answer he arrived at had Stoic bones and human flesh. The last of human freedoms, he wrote, is the freedom to choose one's attitude in any given set of circumstances, not the freedom to change the circumstances, not the freedom to avoid suffering, the freedom of how to meet what cannot be avoided. Epictetus, in his cell on Gyara, would have understood. What is the smallest unit of freedom available to a human being, and is it enough? How CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, is quietly Stoic. There is a thought you have had, probably recently, that was not true. Not a lie you told yourself deliberately. Not a fantasy or a wish dressed up as reality. Something more subtle than that. an interpretation that felt like a fact. A conclusion that arrived fully formed, without announcing itself as a conclusion, presenting itself instead as simple perception, the way things are, the obvious reading of what just happened. Someone didn't reply to your message, and you knew, with a certainty that felt indistinguishable from observation, what it meant. A project didn't go the way you planned, and the mind supplied, immediately and without being asked, a story about what that said about you permanently. A social interaction ended ambiguously, and the interpretation that settled into place afterward was not the most charitable available one, or the most accurate, but the most familiar, the one the mind reaches for automatically, because it has reached for it before. Aaron Beck was a psychiatrist at the University of Pennsylvania in the 1960s who noticed something about the patients he was treating for depression. He noticed that their suffering was not simply a matter of difficult circumstances or neurological imbalance, though both of those things were real and mattered. It was also, significantly, a matter of thought, specifically, a pattern of automatic thoughts that interpreted ambiguous situations in consistently negative ways, thoughts that felt like observations, but were actually judgments, conclusions that had bypassed the step of being examined before being accepted as true. He began working on ways to help patients identify those automatic thoughts and examine them, to ask, with genuine curiosity rather than defensiveness, whether the interpretation was actually supported by the evidence, whether the story the mind had supplied was the only possible story, or whether other interpretations were available that fit the facts equally well or better, whether the thought was a perception or a judgment, and if a judgment, whether it was an accurate one. He called the resulting approach cognitive behavioral therapy, and he did not, in the early papers, make the connection to Stoicism explicit, but he acknowledged it later. The intellectual lineage was not hidden. He had read Epictetus. He knew that the core clinical insight of CBT, that it is not events themselves that disturb us, but our interpretations of events, was a restatement, in the language of mid-20th century psychiatry, of something Epictetus had written in the 1st century CE. Men are disturbed not by things, but by the opinions about things. That sentence from the Enchiridion is, in compressed form, the theoretical foundation of cognitive behavioral therapy. The entire clinical apparatus that Beck and his colleagues built, the thought records, the cognitive restructuring, the examination of automatic thoughts, the identification of cognitive distortions, is the operationalization of that ancient insight, the conversion of a philosophical principle into a clinical method, a way of actually doing, with a therapist's guidance and structured exercises and measurable outcomes, what Epictetus had described as the discipline of assent. The specific cognitive distortions that CBT identified and named are worth looking at in this light. Catastrophizing the mind's tendency to interpret negative events as disasters rather than difficulties, all or nothing thinking, the tendency to see situations in binary terms that eliminate the complex middle ground where most reality actually lives. Mind reading, the confident assumption that you know what another person is thinking or feeling without evidence. Overgeneralization, the leap from a single negative event to a permanent negative conclusion about yourself or the world. Each of these distortions is, in Stoic terms, a failure of the discipline of assent, a case of accepting a first impression without examination, of letting the interpretation close before it has been questioned, of adding to the actual difficulty of a situation the additional suffering generated by a false story about what that difficulty means. The Stoic practice of examining your impressions before assenting to them is, structurally, identical to the CBT practice of examining automatic thoughts before accepting them as accurate. The philosophical tradition and the clinical method arrived at the same core technique through different paths and for different purposes, but the technique itself is recognizably the same. What CBT added that the ancient Stoics did not have was empirical validation, the ability to test whether the technique worked across large numbers of people in controlled conditions with measurable outcomes. And it does work. The evidence base for CBT across a wide range of conditions is one of the strongest in the clinical psychology literature. The ancient insight, run through the machinery of modern science, turned out to be not merely philosophically interesting, but clinically effective. There is something quietly remarkable about this. A slave in the 1st century CE, working out through personal necessity and philosophical tradition, a set of principles for maintaining inner freedom under extreme constraint, produced an insight that a psychiatrist in Philadelphia 2,000 years later would rediscover through careful clinical observation and turn into the most widely practiced form of psychotherapy in the world. The insight traveled through Marcus Aurelius's private journal and Seneca's letters, and the Renaissance recovery, and the early modern revival, and the general diffusion of classical ideas into Western intellectual culture, moving invisibly through all those centuries and all those transformations, and emerged in a therapy room in Pennsylvania as if it had been waiting all along for the experimental method to catch up with it, the mind examining its own thoughts, the gap between event and interpretation, the choice made in that gap about what to believe. 2,000 years old, clinically validated, still difficult to practice. What would be different in your life if you examined, just once before accepting it, the next thought that arrives, feeling like a fact? The modern Stoicism revival, Ryan Holiday, Tim Ferriss, and the Internet age. Something happened to Stoicism in the first decades of the 21st century that had never quite happened to it before. It went viral, not in the way that ideas had spread in previous revivals, not through the slow movement of manuscripts between monastery libraries, or the careful work of Renaissance scholars producing Latin translations for educated elites, or the printing press carrying Lipsius across a fractured Europe. Something faster and stranger than any of those, Stoicism entered the Internet. And the Internet did what the Internet does. It found the people who needed it, connected them to each other, and multiplied the signal with a speed that no previous medium could have approached. The conditions were right in ways that are worth understanding. The early 21st century produced, in the populations of wealthy Western countries, a particular kind of anxiety that existing cultural frameworks were struggling to address. Not the anxiety of material deprivation, though that existed too. The anxiety of people who had, by historical standards, enormous amounts of comfort and security and stimulation, and who nonetheless felt persistently, confusingly that something was wrong, that the abundance hadn't produced the stability it seemed to promise, that the constant connectivity had somehow made loneliness worse rather than better, that the achievement of goals that were supposed to matter had left a quieter emptiness than the striving towards them. Into that gap stepped a philosophy that had been addressing exactly those conditions for 2,500 years. Tim Ferriss was one of the earliest and most significant vectors. He was not a philosopher or an academic. He was a writer and entrepreneur who had built an audience around the idea of optimizing human performance. He read Seneca and Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius and found in them something that his audience of driven, achievement-oriented people could immediately use, He talked about Stoicism on his podcast, in his books, in his public writing. He talked about it the way a person talks about something they discovered and cannot stop thinking about, without the careful qualifications of academic philosophy, but with the directness of someone who had tested the ideas against their own life and found them useful. His framing was practical. He was not presenting Stoicism as a historical curiosity or a complete metaphysical system. He was presenting it as a set of tools, premeditatio malorum, as a way of stress-testing plans before executing them, the dichotomy of control as a framework for deciding where to direct limited energy. Memento mori as a productivity technique, a way of cutting through the trivial by holding it next to the important. This framing could be criticized, and was. The ancient Stoics were not interested in productivity. They were interested in virtue. There is a real question about whether extracting Stoic techniques from Stoic ethics, taking the tools while leaving the purpose they were built to serve, produces something genuinely Stoic, or something that uses Stoic vocabulary in service of ends the Stoics would not have recognized. Ryan Holiday made the question more complex and more interesting. He had worked as a media strategist before turning to writing, and he brought to his engagement with Stoicism both a genuine philosophical seriousness and a sophisticated understanding of how ideas moved through contemporary culture. His book, The Obstacle is the Way, published in 2014, was not a self-help book in the conventional sense, though it was shelved with them and sold like one. It was a sustained argument, grounded in Stoic philosophy, and illustrated with historical examples, that the conditions people experienced as obstacles to their goals were not interruptions of the path, but the actual substance of it. That the resistance was where the real work happened. It found an audience in unexpected places. NFL coaches assigned it to their players. Military units read it. Athletes and executives and people who had never encountered ancient philosophy found in it a framework that reframed their relationship to difficulty in ways that felt immediately applicable. His subsequent books on ego, on stillness, on the 4 Stoic virtues progressively deepened the engagement. He was not simply translating Stoic techniques for modern audiences. He was making an argument about what the philosophy actually was and why it mattered. He was pushing back, gently but consistently, against the reductive reading that made Stoicism merely a performance optimization system, and insisting on the ethical core, on virtue as the point, not as a means to something else. The internet amplified all of this in ways that neither writer fully anticipated or controlled. Quotes from Marcus Aurelius began appearing on Instagram in minimalist typography. Stoic concepts entered the vocabulary of Reddit forums and YouTube comment sections. A philosophy developed for people navigating slavery and empire, and the courts of murderous emperors became, simultaneously, the recommended reading of Silicon Valley founders and the comfort of anonymous people at 2 a.m. who had found, in the words of a dead Roman emperor, something that helped. This is strange. It is also, in some ways, exactly right. Stoicism was never meant to be the exclusive property of philosophers or emperors or scholars. It began in a public walkway, open to everyone. It was taught by a slave. It spread because it addressed something that does not change across centuries or cultures or economic conditions. The basic human experience of things being outside your control and having to figure out, in real time and under pressure, how to be okay anyway. The internet did not trivialize that. It found more people who needed it. The question is not whether the modern revival is philosophically pure. It isn't, and neither was the Neo-Stoic revival, and neither was the Roman adoption of Greek philosophy. Every revival is a translation that changes what it carries. The question is whether what it carries, imperfectly and transformed, still does the work it was meant to do, whether somewhere someone who found a Marcus Aurelius quote on a phone screen at 2 in the morning found something that helped them get to 3, and then to morning, and then to a slightly different relationship with the things they could not control. That is, in the end, what it was always for. What does an ancient philosophy owe to the people who need it right now? And what do the people who need it right now owe to what it actually was? The final teaching, how to live and how to die. You have been traveling through a long history tonight, from a covered walkway in ancient Athens, where a merchant who had lost everything started asking questions, through the slave quarters of Rome, where a man whose body was owned discovered that something inside him could not be touched, through the private journal of an emperor who never wanted to rule and spent his reign trying to be worthy of what he hadn't asked for, through shipwrecks and exiles and letters written in the shadow of execution, through 1,000 years of silence and a Renaissance rediscovery and a revival in the Low Countries and a founding document written under the pressure of possible death and a concentration camp where the ideas were tested in conditions their originators never imagined. All of it, in the end, was about the same thing. How to live inside a life you did not design and cannot fully control, with a kind of integrity that does not depend on the life cooperating. The Stoics arrived, through different paths and different emphases and 2,500 years of conversation, at a small number of core teachings, not many. The philosophy is not complicated at its heart. It is difficult, but not complicated. There is a difference. The first teaching is that the world outside you is mostly not yours. The weather, the opinions of others, the decisions your body makes about when to get sick and when to heal, the behavior of people you love, the outcomes of things you work toward. None of it is yours in the sense that matters. You can influence some of it. You cannot control it. And the sooner you stop spending your life as if you could, the sooner something very close to peace becomes available. The second teaching is that the world inside you entirely is yours. Not what you feel feelings arrive without asking permission, but what you do with what you feel, the interpretation you place on events, the decision made in the gap between what happens and how you respond about what you are going to be in this moment. That is yours, completely, irreducibly. No one can reach in and take it without your permission. You can give it away. You can let fear or anger or habit make the choice for you. But you are always the one who allows that to happen. The choice is always, at some level, yours. The third teaching is that virtue is the only thing worth organizing your life around, not because wealth or health or love don't matter. They do. But because they are not in the first category. They can be taken. And a life organized around things that can be taken is a life perpetually at risk of losing its center. Virtue cannot be taken. The choice to be wise, just, courageous, and temperate, that choice is available in every circumstance, including and especially the worst ones. The person who has organized their life around virtue has organized it around the only thing the universe cannot remove. The fourth teaching is about time. It is the most practical and in some ways the most difficult. The Stoics believed that most people live as if they have unlimited time and discover, usually too late, that they did not. That the life they intended to live, the conversations they were going to have, the attention they were going to give to the people who mattered, all of it kept being postponed into a future that did not arrive in the shape expected or did not arrive at all. They were not asking for urgency in the anxious sense. They were asking for presence, for the willingness to let this moment, this actual moment, be the one you are actually in. To stop living primarily in the rehearsal of the past or the anticipation of the future, and to find, in the specific texture of right now, something that is enough. And then there is the teaching about dying. The Stoics returned to it so often, in so many forms, that it is impossible to summarize the philosophy without addressing it directly. They believed that how you thought about death shaped everything, that the person who had not made peace with the fact of their own ending would spend their entire life in a kind of low-grade panic, reaching for certainties that didn't exist, accumulating securities that couldn't protect them, avoiding the honest conversations and the genuine risks and the full experience of being alive that the fear of losing life made too dangerous to fully inhabit. And the person who had made peace with it not performed peace, not suppressed the fear, but genuinely sat with the reality of it until it lost its power to distort everything else, that person was free in a way that no external circumstance could manufacture or remove. Seneca, opening his veins at Nero's command, spoke to his friends. Marcus, writing in a tent somewhere on a northern frontier, reminded himself that the great emperors before him were dust, and that he would be dust too, and that this was not a reason for despair, but for clarity. Epictetus, whose leg had been broken by a man who owned him, said that the only thing that had ever been truly his was the way he chose to meet whatever came. They were all saying the same thing in different voices. You are going to die. Everything you love is temporary. The world will go on without you, with the same indifference it showed before you arrived. And none of that diminishes the life you have right now. None of it makes the people you love less real, the work you do less meaningful, the present moment less worth inhabiting fully. The awareness of the ending is not the enemy of the life. It is, if you let it, the thing that finally makes the life real. You have a certain number of mornings left, not unlimited, not guaranteed beyond this one. And in each of those mornings, the same choice is available that was available to the slave and the emperor and the merchant who lost everything at sea and began, in the wreckage, to ask what was left. What is actually mine? What can I actually do with it? What kind of person am I going to be in this specific moment, given everything that is and is not within my power? That is the whole of it. 2,500 years of philosophy, and that is the whole of it. Go gently into whatever comes next. You already have what you need.